little bit tough there. But Box will be happy to take away their elimination points, okay for them. Whereas for Vampires, well, they'll be alright down there. So the fact that the camera didn't pan into Pachinki, I would assume that at the Xavier bacon time thingy didn't happen, but something else did. Loam takes out Luxie, and Luxie probably was around there to find vehicles, but unfortunately he had to meet up with Sem9 at the wrong timing. Sem9 will be happy to get away as well. The rest of Pasija EVOS will get away. It's down to now 3 players for Pasija EVOS. They had a decent round in round number 1, collecting 9 points from Sandhawk, so it was okay for them. For this round, not a good start. We have seen like teams getting chicken dinners despite them 3 players for the majority of the round. But the bridge camp, as expected, this takes timing. They're always really fast into the military base. They're all there, but Aizen will be waiting for them instead. Aizen spots them now far. He's probably gonna stand up. Okay, there you go. 2 MP shots. And now Aizen exposed his position. They know he's there. They're going to go in. It's going to be a molly, but then again, Aizen gets the first knockdown. Can Stuxnet do it? Stuxnet 10%. Hell no. He's in trouble. As Snipes. Wait a second. Yeah. Burn down Snipes? Okay, that's probably a deny there. But then again, Stuxnet managed to save up, so he's okay. Thanks to some backup from Mika. Crossover. Jumping for the rest of Geek Slate to come in. Spray coming in for Jumper. Onto Stuxnet. Stuxnet knocked down. Team Secret. They set up a trap for them. Oh my goodness. Our boy goes down. They're just trading the back and forth as Damn Good takes out our boy. So right now it's going to be Jumper and Kid going up against Mika and Damn Good. See what they can do about this. Shotgun, too much of a distance for Mika. Get close enough to Jumper, but Jumper has a nade and Jumper knows exactly where Mika is at. The nade will land on the Mika. Did he survive that? He probably did. But now focus is on the Damn Good and trying to take down Jumper. Jumper 50% health. Mika is still alive on the other side. Spray. Jumper knocked down by Damn Good. Beautiful. Beautiful with a flare by Jumper. And now Mika is going to surround Kid. At this point, we can see that Team Secret. 1 elimination point, but Kid is all alone. It's going to be 2v1. And they open up an off angle. Same time, Success will be revived by Mika. Nate will be tossed. Kid should be able to evade it. Nate not that cooked up though. Second will be tossed by Kid. And that second nade will land nicely onto Stuxnet just at the moment where he was picked up. So that means there'll be a second opportunity for Mika. M16 on the other side. Aizen will be taken out, and now Gig Slate is cleared to pick up whatever there is left. Team Secret gets 1 elimination point.
1 elimination point would not be enough. They don't even have time to reset as DBD marching into Gig side. Gig. Oh no, no time for a reset right now. DBD making it difficult for them after finish off Team Secret fight after one the other. Feels like they are literally in the same boat as the TS were.
Oh no. Yeah, looks like it's bad timing there for Gig Slate. Now Gig Slate, last man. DVD took advantage of this, so it's going to be 2 elimination points in the back. DVD. This time around, DVD, a little bit of a faster rotation for them. Damn Good, as always. He's the last guy to always survive for Gig Slate. And now, his only mission is to hold on for survivability, for placement points.
Damn Good. Last player as always. Also the one that getting himself the most eliminations compared to the others. He got himself 3. It feels like Lamborghini yesterday. Exactly as it is. Imagine if Dango and Lamborghini happened to be in a team. That would be a remarkable play there. But on the side of Hill, boom. Being crowded, overcrowding. Hill taking over every corner against Yummy. And Yummy at the same time. It's a bit split from the rest of the teams here. Looking at Tiger marching into it and then wrap around the corner. I feel bad for Yummy right now.
Ooh, but at least he got a vehicle, so he should be able to get away. But let's see if he can. But no, he can! It's going to be Tiger with Eye of the Tiger. No eyesight to take him down. And Yummy, looking at the minimap, his teammates are too far. His teammates are bailing this. So Yummy will be a yummy meal for Esports.
Flash. Taking the compound. Other side of Boom, leaving only to 3. Kick down to 1. GE surprisingly doing strong when it comes to this week. I'm loving this Cloud.
Oh yeah. Better than some of the teams that we see on screen. So far, GE, they only lost one, and one is not too bad. We've seen a lot of times that teams get chicken dinner with only 3 players from this timing. So, not too bad for GE. It's an improvement, definitely. If we compare their performance last week around this time, they're always like the first team to go out. So, I could still say it's an improvement for GE. Doing good so far.
Inside of DBD, trying to find any sort of a leeway from this entrance coming up from the bridge. DX guarding over it. It's funny how the chocolate teams are when it comes to those tags having the same mindset. Yeah.
I know.
Right? It's so confusing. I thought it's going to be the same team, but it's actually DX and DBD choking on each other when it comes to this bridge. And good luck, FaZe and BTR. Why the colors happen to be having the same mindset here? It's so funny.
I know, right? Even FaZe and BTR. Oh my goodness. Hey, but keep your eye on the Box Gaming though. Yeah, they're taking the boat ride, but the route that they're taking, we can see that there are a lot of teams by the. So it's going to be an interesting fight there to see how they're going to enter for the boat ride. BTR FaZe Clan, last we saw them, they're really close by each other. Seem to have the same idea of wanting to go through the same bridge, but the last we saw there are a lot of teams there. Xavier is there, so they're going to start it off with a knockdown to Onzens. Looks like FaZe Clan, they want to take up this high ground.
Frankie going in with a spray, got knocked down. Here comes 1-2-1 trade. FaZe on the other hand, we're living out with a 3. Mela finish off Frankie. DX, we thought they'd be choked. There's also DBD on the other end, but FaZe coming up from behind. They bulldozing every single person. I'm waiting for BTR. Will they make the same move here?
Yeah, BTR. If they do, it's going to be super interesting. I believe this part is still within the circle. Maybe that's why they're interested. Plus, they need to win the fight. If not, they can't cross over. They'll be shot down from that ground. BTR, they'll be looking for the right moment. We can see their movement right now. BTR, they're at the station. Gen Force on the left. So, Venturas at Petrol Station. It's going to be a hold there. But for the two Thai teams, Vampire and Bacon Time, so close to each other that the Vampires are allergic to Bacon Time. They prefer Blood instead. Get away.
Bacon Time. Cluster in a certain corner right on top of this hill. Got himself compound there. Looks pretty solid right now. They don't have to move. They don't have to actually rush things too much. But they will be coming up another team on the other end. Lurking around, making sure they try to take away their compound. DX! On the other hand, won a bit of a sweet revenge there with 1 man down. Frankie before coming up from FaZe. I'm not sure where's DBD at. Still staying around the other corner. Not willing to budge. This is going to be really spicy and really dicey when it comes to DX and DBD if they're not willing to move.
Yeah, definitely for DBD, they have the advantage because very likely the circle will go down south. And this is going to be DBD stayed off against DX. A knockdown to 12 from afar. So DBD, they'll be the first of this bridge now. And they made their presence felt by the Xavier. But 7. Looks like a water route for them. And now on the other side, Percy was not going to give them any face. Especially when it came from Red Face.
Yep, Red Face is Red with the rush of blood coming into his head to get those kills there. Red Face making sure trying to shut down on Lung. Oh, Lung is swimming over. The boat is too far. It's just so within reach. Lung barely make it to shoreline, but Red Face and Procedure, they're willing to invest themselves in the blue zone if needed just to shut down on Lung right now.
At least it's Red Face, he's okay, but for Lin as well as Zuxi, we can't get out of the blue. But now we move back to the Xavier, FaZe Clan. BTR has come by. But BTR, they seem to be interested in the Xavier at the bridge. They know they need to clear out the bridge because looking at the circle, it actually moved down south. Confirm. You need to get the cross.
Coming up from Gen Force, forcing out to its side of FaZe. Slowly closing in the distance, but I do want to see if DX and DBD still gonna wait there at the other end for how much longer. As FaZe and BTR now exchange fires. First contact made after tailing at the back of FaZe for the longest time. BTR finally show up the courage to make the first move, and Mela will guard them down to the side of the bricks. And genius from FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe Clan, they got multiple corners covered. It's too bad for BTR because the stalemate didn't help them. If the stalemate didn't happen, then they could crash it as a third party. But now they see a scenario whereby Mela has a nade in hand. He has 4 nades. Nade being tossed out. Then that nade, ooh, not that clean. So it didn't connect on the BTR. But BTR low ground. They're still on the outside circle. And now the zone will arrive onto them.
Back to its side of FaZe. Trying to finish off around to its side of BTR. Thing is, things are quite difficult for FaZe. They don't have time. We're fighting against the clock now, but the team's still lagging around this bridge area. The players in coming in. It's gonna be a strong one. It's gonna be a third stage at that. It's gonna be burning all them quite alive. And Ventura sprayed by Ryzen, but he couldn't connect the dot just yet. Mela just across him. There's another player, BTR. They got himself a reset. BTR is up 4 again. While DX were actually cheering this one out because they'll be the one winning on the other end if they don't start to move for FaZe and BTR right now.
Ooh, okay. At least for FaZe, they have vehicles, so they can still go on to the other side anytime. It's a matter of dealing with DBD. But for BTR, seems to be in trouble. Spray coming in for the end, but then again, BTR, they managed to trade it back. Sata tries to get Mela. Sata, his first aid in hand being used as Mela sprays on the UI, 50% health, gets away.
Mela, UI finish off from for BTR. FaZe trying to fight back or not. BTR ran it strong. They were being enclosed before. That was like BTR would have thought. FaZe actually got them cornered every way possible, but BTR still got it going.
Oh yeah, beautiful by BTR against the odds and beat it. So that was nice from BTR. And plus of that win, they can loot up on those boxes, so they will replenish their utilities and they can take out a little bit more as they plan their next move into it. And from our view, overall, there's no one else guarding the bridge, so it will be an entry for them. And then it would there will be another question of where do they go from there. We do see that DBDs on the high ground just on the bridge, but UI looks like he succumbed himself to the blue. I think because he ran out there and didn't really have much utilities to reset himself. So at stage, it's going to be tough to pick him up.
Yeah, back to the side of Box Gaming. Try and finish off Vampires here, but they need to cut across anyway. Vampires, it will be in between. The Shrubs bleeding out already. The rest of Vampires are not even trying to actually save it from this point of view. Just gonna leave it be. It's not worth saving. There are times you can sacrifice, there are times you can save, but these are those of the time you have to make the call. Box guarded over the other side. They've been gatekept on top of Sonovska. Now have to figure out whether to make a long rotation to rejoin or reunite with the rest of Box Gaming entirety of roster. Not get out from there. It's just too rough, too tough, too much of a player coming up from the other end.
Yeah, it's definitely. Oh, but speaking about being tough, right? So it's tough for Dap. CJ Evos, he went up. He thought he was on the clear. Eurolines was waiting. So 9 eliminated, 1 elimination point this time, and it's a tough round for Sam 9. They had a good start for them. Eurolines will be happy to point away, so Olio will be the one to take it home for Eurolines.
Back to his side of Eurolines, Olio. Just trying to find themselves a better compound to work around. Siege on there, they have to hike up the mountains, and that's not going to be an easy task for them. It's going to be between them a hill sort of covering their views. The Boss Gaming wanted out, but Vampire straight.
Nice.
What a crispy Fluketh is back, by the way. Fluketh, those sprays, they open up such opportunity on the side of Vampires. Even though they're starting off with the 2, you might actually get another one down.
Oh yeah. If you can get that, oh man, it will be hard for gaming. Because right now, not only they need to pick up their teammate, they need to manage the as well. So that's why they're creating a smoke bridge. But then Nate onto the other side. It will connect, have to take anyone down. So no opening yet for Boss Gaming. Right now, Vampire, they have road secured. Boss Gaming, tough for them.
They could have to reassess their situation currently, but at the same time, he needs to reset himself first. Tony running down when it comes to those utilities with no more helmet as well. That's very brave coming out. Too bold if you ask me. Brazen and bold coming up from Tony K. And there goes. He is on the ground already with no helmet on. Box, Vampires, Flukov. Leave it to last person remains. He still fight himself on the other end. Winnie on the other. Got a double down. And that's just it. One knock, another to go. But Flukov everywhere. There's Nate and Molly coming up from the back. From the front, where to go for Flukov?
Oh yeah, you gotta dodge, you gotta dance here. And that is why, ladies and gentlemen, you gotta have Winnie on the side of Boss Gaming. How important it is. But Flukov, he tries to counter with his own nade. It will not connect. But Flukov could be naded down. This could be the nade by Levy that could land onto Flukov. Be careful there. Smoke. He doesn't know where the nade is. But Winnie's moving. They're going to cross the road right now. Flukov shows himself. Shots fired by Winnie! No. Winnie's taken down.
BTR Gen Force taking over. There's Ring around Rosie! This is Rob Jakes! Wait, how? Why? Oh my god. Razy just missed that. A millisecond. The timing of both brushing into each other opened up the door just now was incredible. Now Kimo with DB28 guarding over this side. And trying to make sure he can get whatever from the sidelines. DBD marching in straight into the side of Hexos. This is not great for boom! The crash taking such time for both teams.
Oh, nice cover there by Keymind, but unfortunately will still go down. Keymind now the last man for Boom Esports. Still spraying on the DBD, but looks around! Oh no, Keymind! He wanted to get away, but BTR had to be there, and boom! There you go!
BTR slowly losing men in between here. They pulled themselves in between of a war zone. They got so many vehicles, but none of them being blown up yet. This is really a risky position for BTR. They need to get out from there as Kenny spraying over on the top line. DBD come up from the back line. And now slowly losing men. BTR like flies, they goes down. Yudu and Lies taking advantage of the vintage view. They're still in the circle. But will be still in the next one. Kick coming up from the back. Box Gaming spot out BTR. Box barely hanging on in the center with only one player of Kick Slate, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
In between everything that's going on. BTR still trying to keep live.
Woo! And that is D defending their ground, taking out BTR out at number 10. But that was a really good angle there by Yudu Alliance. What a good angle. It really put pressure onto BTR. And with that, DBD will be looking at those points. Right now, Boss Gaming managed to win the fight against Thai Esports, and they got themselves onto the other side, and now they are within the real circle. But DBD could face the wrap of Yudu Alliance now.
To the side of DBD, it's going to be a flying on the side of Yudu Lions. Yudu Lions straight, crash, and down burn. But at the same time, DBD didn't see those shotguns coming. Akko cooking up the net. Can he land a golden one? Close enough. He lost it. Akko on the other down, almost on his knees here. Last thing of health remains. Another nade down. Yudu Lions got a bit of a reset. But that crash and burn just now was detrimental. It was so pivotal for them to win those fights. They got it. But at the same time, at a cost of a lot of resources being used, still standing back up as a 4.
Oh man, but look at this. Yuju does not have any healing utility. So with that amount of health, he cannot frontal fight. He has to use all his needs, hopefully be able to eliminate. But looks like, it's tough. It's tough. You only that amount of health and you don't have healing utility, it's hard to withstand. It's hard to tank out the damage from even the nade. So they will be out at number 9, 600 points. This allows Yudu Alliance to come in.
Leo, treading almost his fast here. Trying to push forward side of box. Kick in between. The only player remaining as a 1 is going to be Kick and the Axe here. But where is the Axe? He might be backstabbing people from behind. Box Gaming trying to challenge up the UD Alliance from the sidelines. Come out at the rim of a circle. Now spotted out utilize. Bacon time charged by SLD. Try to bake them out. SLD want them to give out those nades. For them to just give away the position. Prodigy found it out them. Shirty S tried to open out as much smoke and those mollies. But at the same time, Noise got a nade onto the side of Persian as well with those sprays. Noise still keep it going. SLD cannot see through those smokes.
Ooh, yeah, they're trying to toss those nades. Hopefully you'll be able to land. But now Gosu goes oh no, it's going in for the backside. It's going to come in from behind. Spring coming in from Nine Noise, but it will not be able to go Gosu. As Gosu will finish him off. It's going to be number 8 for Bacon time.
Box Winnie taking on that Salty, dominating right now for Box. This is such a different Box gaming if you compare with last week. We're talking about GE, we're talking about Box used to be down there. And now they're pushing up the numbers here when it comes to week number 2. They got themselves a different sort of approach entirely. But Hill, spot out UD Alliance. Hill, on the other hand, do they have enough men? They have an entire squad still at disposal. While Gig only have a 1 SLD losing men as well, down to 2. But Hill, they will try to get themselves in the center.
Ooh, yeah, I totally agree with GE. Despite no eliminations yet, but at least they managed to survive up to a top 7. Let's see how far they can go. But Judo, I must say, doing very, very well. Every opponent that they meet, they managed to take down. That's why they got like 8 elimination points now. And not only that, every fight was important in their journey into the circle. This is basically their reward right now.
Judo Alliance. Spot out goal. Teams out on the outside, on the opposite side here. We're talking about it's going to be Hill stopping them from moving forward. But Hill caught himself too much attention with those fires to the side of Judo Alliance before they attracted the unwanted attention. And now they're being pinned down instead. Box Shunos. Box having a 3 still with 5 eliminations in the back. Spot out SLD, spot out Hill, but how to move forward? They don't have anything on them. They don't have smokes, they don't have mollies, they don't have nothing. They only have 1 first aid coming up from Shunos. So how to cross this open street here, Cloud?
Let's see if they need to though, because we still have the next circle. Circle on top. I believe it's the street is going to be a challenge right now. Let's get a confirmation soon. But looking at those who did the circle, GE is one of it.
Sorry. Just waiting. Everybody's waiting. We do know nobody's willing to move right now. Everybody's waiting for the circle to pop. You don't want to be making a mistake by moving too far from the circle. But the circle just moved. It's going to be coming up from the northern part. GE, they don't have to move just yet. They can just wait it out. Nobody actually spotted them out. It's actually great if they can play this as quiet as possible right now.
Yeah, plus they have the duo, right? So I guess that will be their best option for now. Try to steal away eliminations from afar. That could be their best. Of course, we still at the next phase of the circle, so you might as well hold your ground. And looking at where they're at right now, they will be unchallenged by other teams. So they focus on the other teams that try to get into the circle, just like Boss with Damn Good is still alive. Wait a second, Damn Good is still alive. Guess what? Gig Slate is still in this, but it's going to be U Alliance picking up another elimination point for Box Gaming.
Flax trying to find around the corner. SLD in an open field, got himself quite a bunker there still. Taking a bit of structures in between. It's going to be those rock covering them for now. Gig Slate, Damn Good, spotted up by Chuan. Here comes a nade. Feels like a perfect angle, but he didn't know exactly where he was. It was so lucky for Damn Good, but Judo Alliance taking on Hill, losing men bit by bit. And Hill, I think down to only 3. Oh, they can be spotted out. Damn Good, this is going to be it. Oh, the perfect angle.
Oh, no.
It feels like, no, oh my God.
What?
This is so scary.
How? It's like this guy has a force field around him. Crazy. Even this one, okay, it did damage him a bit, but he's still okay. Man, he placed himself between that stone really, really well. Nade after nade couldn't down, and that makes SLD start to think like, okay, how are we going to do this? But looks like he's going to change his approach. He's going to get as close as possible to Damn Good. And let's see what's next. Going to prep on nade. Okay, let's see what will happen here. Another nade. I don't think will not take him down just then. Yeah.
Chanji, I think you should give up by now. He tried so many times. There's rock in between. It's like a magic trick, right? You saw the car was flying. I mean, the car was flying with those nades, but can't harm any of our damn good. He'll finish off DX. That's going to be Lamborghini going down. But there's still going to be one damn good that's so good at playing things around by himself.
Alright, that's why he's one of the best survivors for Geek Slate. The best man to do the job is definitely damn good. Look at this, he's already top 5 because he managed to survive that long. How long more he can survive because right now he's on the outside of the circle. 15 more seconds before the zone close. SLD ignores damn good, moves and prioritizes the circle instead.
SLD start to pop those smokes over, but at the same time it's running low. 6 grenade on the hands of SLD. They do have quite a number of utilities, but GE! Oh, we talked about them being quiet before. They should have stayed where they at. The moment they opened fire, it's failed Tiger in a straight line of sight with the others. Shot down on one. Master Ichi tried to stay side. Now Master Ichi closed himself in the blue zone as well. He needs to be played very slow, but he'll definitely know the entirety of GE. That's going to be the last member. He lies cornered, Vincent, and in a pickle. There's just nowhere out to peek there.
Right, yeah, that's the thing about having a compound, right? It's both a plus and a pro, and a con. Right now, SLD somehow managed to get by the rim of the circle. They still survive with 2 players. But where is Hale? Okay, Hale's on the other side. Oh, 5 Ichi been spotted out. But at least GE number 4. So decent some points for them.
Tiger trying to push it. But at the same time, the vehicle's not blown over yet. But they might actually need it in case they go for the crash. But there's so many structures in between, Cloud. I think it's really risky to have any vehicle to drive in this corner right now. There's no way you can make it in time if you want to crash into somebody. Sebastian actually blown up the cosmic as barriers right now, but most of the team that don't have smoke will have a bit of problems to get away. Here comes the drive. You do Alliance slowly going into those crossfire. There's so many structures in between. It's going to be tough for them to land those shots. But you do Alliance. SLD down. It's going to be 2 more to go on the side of SLD. But you do Alliance. They're taking the reign over it. Squad versus squad with 1 person level to SLD. And it's going to be down. 4v4. Here we go.
Here we go. You do Alliance with 12 elimination points against Hale. Right now, Hale playing as a trio. Looks like they lost 1 player. Can they go up odds? But looks like they're going to get a knockdown to Flex. And they even it up again.
Hill. Tiger been fed off by that Molly. Lick on the other end trying to go for the rush. But you guys, 1 man not as the back line. Got it out, almost got entirely of it. He can see it through. We can't even see that. He can't see everything that moves. Tiger finally down. That's really detrimental. Come out from here. It's pivotal coming out from UD lines to get this knockdown. They can get an opening here. Gatslow will be rushed in. The rest of the side of UD lines, whether they can move as a unit or not, this is where it will be a challenge.
Oh, here we go. Splash with a DBS. That close range. A DBS is definitely... But the counter nade comes in. And right now, Get Slow. Can he do it? 3-2 at least. Spring coming up on Get Slow. And Get Slow still has some space to it. O'Neill is asking out for help. But there's no time for his teammates to make him out. Adilu will be back. Right now, Get Slow. 1v2. They're coming in left and right.
Oh, side of hill. Big cornered. How to actually clutch this. If Gatslow can clutch, this is going to be the biggest one for him. Down to only 1. He can actually do it. He got 1 more. My God, the spray. Oh, Gatslow. No, he's just crying across it. He wants to go for the DBS. He wants to go for the DBS. And now this is it. Gatslow, ring around the Rosie. Getting 1 more eliminations. Mano to mano. Oh, boy. Down to only Kenny. Can the clutches do this? This Terry is going to be a cage fight. And here he comes. Gatslow.
Yo!
From hell. Goodness me.
Get Slow. My goodness. Basically, clutch a 1v2 to get that chicken dinner for Hale.
1v3.
Man, 3, yeah. But I would say the finale that was insane. That was something that he definitely wasn't getting slow. He was getting fast at the end.
That was incredible. I mean, like, you saw, it was like a cage fight, right? You know, there's MMA fights in the cage. You see across each other throughout that cage. And you can see he's holding a DBS. Kenny can see he's holding DBS. Kenny's like, should I I don't have bullets anymore for my sprays, but that was incredible coming up from Gasly. He's really witty enough. But Sky gonna be the MVP this time. He didn't even know he's gonna get the MVP yet.
Yeah, he must have thought that, I get the MVP. That's like, oh, wait, it's me? Wait a second. But anyway, congratulations, Hail Esports. What an entertaining ending it was. And I really like how Getzo playing around the rosy, right? He went to that one corner that has a lot more as compared to Kenny. He pushed Kenny into the corner where the blue was just behind Kenny. He knows that will pressure Kenny, that will force Kenny to move. Either way, he played it to his advantage. So it was really nice gameplay by Getslow. It wasn't only about the D gameplay, it was just how he cornered Kenny with that of like situation.
I agree. I mean, like, how... No, the thing that we should actually look into it. Yeah, no, it's true how he actually think about Kenny. But how he composed himself fighting against Tree. He was cornered, Cloud. There's only one corner of the building that kind of have open windows at the end of it. Left and right, it's kind of open for him. He can't even peek out. It was crazy plays coming up from the side of the field. Gaslow especially.
Yeah, this round didn't start off slow. So it's not hard and fast. We got 7-9, we got Team Secret, Geek Slate fight. We got a bridge fight between Geek Slate and Team Secret. I think this is a fairly nice highlight well, with the Geek Slate coming up on top. Mika damn good winning against Team Secret. It was tough for Team Secret. Right now we can see Mika, how excited he was. Team Secret was the one gatekeeping, but they still lost that fight.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, things haven't worked out quite right for them. I mean, it's still, I'm not sure what's the real issue right now. Definitely they have to go back to the drawing board to, have a bit of discussion really what went wrong that one. But there's so many teams being choked around on top of the bridge as well due to SMD circuit, right? We talked about how the circuit has been really nice when it comes to the first two matches, and it's going to be really cool when it comes to week number 3 and Saturday. And Box Gaming, they have done the, I'm loving how they perform this week, honestly speaking, compared to last week. They're getting the momentum, they're not starting off slow. Day number 1, they're pushing all cylinders out.
Oh yeah, and GE as well. Gotta give it to them. They climb up to number 4. So despite no elimination points, but at least better than last week. But let's check out the points collected from that round. So Utilize, despite them not getting a dinner because they collected 15 elimination points, which is still the benchmark. 20 total points for them. Hail Esports with that chicken dinner gets 18 points. On the end, only Vampire without a point in this round. Everyone else, they got something.
Oh man, from the one of the kings now falling off into the bottom 16. There's going to be a lot of catching up to do for Vampires. We're talking about them having a really strong start when it comes to second and third day. So maybe they're having a bit of a slower getting into the second week here, sort of slower tempo. But we're going to have to wait and see, are they trying to change their approach towards the game, their meta and all those strategies going on for the side of a team that actually used to be on the number 1. But right now, FaZe taking on number 1 spot, but we're still too early to say it out loud because still the first day of week number 2, just finished off our second map of the day. Udo Lions just 2 points shy with Hill and Procedure at a tie, but it's going to be more to a side of eliminations on Procedure's side.
Yeah, MC a slide down for Vampire, the champion of last week. Only 3 points so far, number 4 team. But like what you say, right? It is still just game number 2 out of many matches that we played. And even with this overall charts, we have not calculated inclusion of Voin, another heavyweight RRQ inside of it. So yeah, anything can still happen here. In fact, Alter Ego is not too bad as well. PBE could be the one really ruffle things. So they're not playing today. In case some of you just joined us for this week, the change of group. So that's why you can see that there are different sets of teams not playing today, playing tomorrow instead. G, nice to see them on page 1.
I'm loving this. I'm loving such a big improvement, but I just wish it's going to be consistent because consistency is always the key for these guys, right? It's all down to can they actually pull it off for the entire week to have the same sort of performance, same sort of a race, same sort of a mindset? Can they be up there all the time? Because right now, Yeah, we mentioned about PBE, Alter Ego, Void, and I cannot play. And provided Void is not playing, the moment Void joins in, it's going to be a change of the wave here. We're talking about the team that have the most eliminations out of all across the board. Now, the moment Void joins in, it's going to be a change of the pace entirely. But if GE keep the distance, if Box do know when to pick out, like the timing is perfect right now, I think it's going to be okay.
Yeah, Box is doing fairly well as well. So yeah, so far so good. I'm liking teams who were on page number 2 last week. So far it's great. They've been well. Very happy for them. It's nice to see something refreshing, right? I mean, not that we don't want like the page 1 teams of last week to not do well. It's just like it's refreshing rather than seeing the same old story again.
But wait, we have an interview right now. We're going to jump straight into our host here, none other than Karu. Karu, take it away.
You guys are in a good mood today. You got your first winner chicken dinner in Sanhok, but unfortunately this time around you guys got eliminated a bit earlier. So how do you feel about it? Does it affect your mood?
ก็คือว่าวันนี้ฟอร์มดีนะครับได้กินไก่ตั้งแต่ตาแรกเลยแต่ว่าโชคไม่ดีนิดนึงตาที่2เนี่ยโดนกำจัดออกไปเร็วหน่อยมีความรู้สึกยังไงบ้างครับ
ก็อยากที่รวมคือปัญหาที่เราแก้ในแมปแซนฮอกก็จะเป็นเรื่อง Final Position เราพยายามแก้เรื่องการเข้าไปเล่นในวงสุดท้ายร่วมกันก็อาจจะเป็นเรื่องของการเล่นในระบบทีมเวิร์คแล้วก็ทีมไฟท์มากขึ้นมันก็เลยทำให้เกมแรกเราเปิดมาสวยส่วนเกมที่2ผมมองว่าด้วยรูปแบบของวงที่มันลงไปข้างล่างทำให้เราเป็นทีมที่ช้าแล้วทุกทีมที่ไปก่อนเขาเล่นดักสะพานมันก็เลยปัญหาก็เลยทำให้เราไม่สามารถที่จะข้ามไปได้ก็อาจจะเกิดจากเรื่องจังหวะที่เกิดอุบิเหตุที่เราเสียคนเร็วก่อนในเกมที่มูฟมาเลยทำให้ไฟท์สะพานเราค่อนข้างมีปัญหาก็ถือว่าเราไม่ได้แย่ครับถ้าดูจากเรื่องของวง
So in the first round the team was focusing on the final position so they went to the circle and try to be in the circle in the first team and eliminate the opponents. But in the second game, unfortunately, depends on it depends on the pattern of the circle. So yeah, unluckily they couldn't make it to the circle. But today, the team was happy with the result. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very unfortunate that you guys were eliminated earlier and. We feel like there's a bit like rivalry against you guys and BTR or Bigatron Red Villains, and we can see that from the previous game number 2, you guys were eliminated by them. But then, if we remember back at week 1, you guys were the one who gunned them down at the bridge of Sosnovka Military Base Island. So, is there any rivalry between you guys?
ก็คือเท่าจากที่ได้ดูเกมที่ผ่านๆมานะครับก็คือเราก็จะเห็นว่าทีม Face Clan กับทีม BTR เนี่ยจะมีความขับเคี่ยวที่มันเกิดขึ้นในระหว่างเกมครับก็คือในสัปดาห์แรกเนี่ยพวกคุณได้จัดการเขาได้เร็วกว่าในขณะที่เกมเนี้ยพวกเขาได้สามารถจัดการคุณได้เร็วกว่าก็คืออยากจะทราบว่ามันเข้มข้นขนาดไหนครับสถานการณ์ระหว่างทีมทั้ง2ทีมเนี่ยครับ
ต้องมองว่าด้วยเรื่องของแผนที่ครับ BTR กับ Face Can เป็นทีมที่ฟาร์มใกล้กันจังหวะพอเป็นวงล่างแบบเมื่อกี้เนี่ยมันก็เลยทำให้ทามมิ่งเราอาจจะชนกันหรือปะทะกันค่อนข้างบ่อยในแผนที่เรนเกียวถ้าเป็นวงล่างแต่ก็เหมือนที่บอกแหละครับว่าการเชื่อเฉือนกันอยู่ที่จังหวะเราเสียคนไวในจังหวะที่มีทีมที่รออยู่แล้วก็ทำให้เวลาไฟท์กับ BTR ในจังหวะ 4-3 เราค่อนข้างเสียเปรียบแต่ก็ถือว่าเราแก้ปัญหาได้ดีจากคิวที่ได้มาครับ
So between these two teams, it was quite rivalry, as you said, because their style of playing games is kind of same. So yeah, they pick up items in the same area, so that's why they met each other quite frequent. Yeah.
No wonder, good answer right there from Champ. So final question for you guys. Do you have anything to say to Boom that decided to land on Face's favorite spot, which is bootcamp on the first map?
มีอะไรจะฝากถึงทีมบูมไหมครับที่ว่าเขามักจะชอบมาสปอนตรงที่บูทแคมป์ตรงที่เราชอบมักจะไปลงประจำครับ
ก็ถ้า บูมทำกันบ้านนะครับแผนที่ว่างในแมปมีเยอะแต่ถ้าจะมาแจกแต้มให้เราก็ยินดีที่จะรับแต้มตรงนั้นครับ thank you
Okay, so he said that if they know the better way to play the game, they shouldn't be in that area because they will get eliminated easily by them.
Oh wow, it's getting hot, it's getting spicy here. Face and BTR, Face and Boom, a lot of rivalry, but thank you so much for joining this interview this time around. Now we're throwing back to the casters. Let's go. Bye-bye.
Stay tuned. Bye.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Of rivalry. is coming from- Everybody wants a bit of face here.
Yeah, I know, right? Because Space, they were doing well. But you know what? What else is doing well? The translator. Somebody give him a
Yeah.
raise for translating a very long interview. And the best part I like about the translator is that he has really nice sight words. Not gonna lie.
I mean, like, I cannot compliment him too much. It looks very, but he looks smart. Like I like. I mean, like, imagine if you're in his shoes right now. You have to memorize from the start of the
man.
moment the players start to answer you till the end. Now that's gonna be tough, but we do have our top performance here right now coming up. You do Alliance and Gig Slate, but surprisingly, there's no face players or BTR or anybody else in fact here.
Oh yeah, not even. Okay, yeah. I guess I understand why. Not even, if I want to say, not even GE or whoever, because you get that many elimination points. Naturally, this is counted by the amount of damage dished out, also elimination points. Nice to see Adit look back up there again. 1,171 and Olio. Looks like between the two of them, because they got eliminations right. Two of these players contributed 10 out of 50. That's crazy. And damn good as well.
Yeah, these are the teams that actually have themselves, how do I say, a very aggressive sort of a play. But when it comes to, I mean, like, our prediction is going to be the same entire thing, right? So it's not going to change. But so far, I mean, like, for you, we don't see a lot of DBD. GE did make a comeback here today. SLD has been sort of a middle, is it upper middle bracket, you can call it, for SLD?
Yeah, they're somewhere in the middle, I think. I think somewhere about upper middle. Yeah, I need to revisit that again.
I think they were in that last week too, right? They got themselves 7.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
they still maintain consistency. Boom, I mean, like, I don't know. It's kind of a wild card for me, honestly. For Boom, Hill kind of been falling off the chart. Gigs like, we do have, when it comes to top performance, Damn Good was really good when it comes to getting himself into the structures, being, what do we call it, a snail or a snake in between the stones. But he turned out quite okay. But the entirety of Gigs like, I'm still waiting for it to happen.
Yeah, so I mean, it was an unfortunate that they had to be gate-kept by Team Secret very early on, and the fact that at that timing their loot or their utilities weren't as much, so you can see some of them putting not their favorite weapons. So yeah, I guess it's all about, like, sometimes the circle is just cool too. But hey, if you want to be the best, you gotta beat the rest, and you gotta get through all these challenges thrown to them. So we'll see next round. So far, we beat the bad circles to game number 3 if we based on last week, but this time around we got the battle in game number 1. I wonder what will happen in game number 2.
I mean, like, usually the circle is almost similar, right? The first two. So are we gonna get our SMB circle again? Is it gonna be a bridge circle? We never get a bridge circle these days, right? There's no way we ended up on top of a bridge anymore.
Yeah, on top of water, yes, I know that has been changed. So on top of water, definitely not. But on top of bridge, you're right. We have yet to see it for quite a while now. So maybe it's the same algorithm that bridge equals to water. So we will see it. Maybe that's why no one really, like, okay, stays at the bridge that long. I try to plan, like, okay, we go on to the other side at some point.
Yeah, but at the same time, we got so much circle that's kind of in between those small islands, right? It's so tough for the players to decide which island to stay on. It's always going to be a lot of players going straight into SMB. But honestly speaking, Cloud, we have to be thankful and grateful. There have been so much SMB circle and southern part of the circle the past week, including this week.
I know, right? Remember those days where we always like, please give us our favorite circle, please. I think now I'm overdosed.
Yeah, back then it was always like Jogopul or even Gatka. It's always Gatka back then. Right? Gatka. Oh, Gatka again. Oh, Gatka here. Oh, Medusa intersection. Nowhere near down there. But for today, for the entire week, or even for PMS, it's always about down there. It's always about PMSL circles on Sonos community base.
Yeah. Oh wow, someone wants to give a massage there. Okay, calm down, people. I know. Stress, massage is always good and all that. Okay, someone needs to show face. Okay, we good. That's Flex OP, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, in the flesh, has his favorite pillow. And you know what? Speaking of pillows, right? So you will see like some players they have that pillow. I know. Some players they do have like, okay, if I play, I want to have my pillow with me. You know, they call it like
the lucky charm, a lucky charm for
lucky charm. I want to call it like, I don't translate this, but it's called banter busuk, but for player version, yeah.
It's sort of something comforting for them. You can call it like something like that. You know, something that comforts them. Right.
That direct translation is like
it's
smello.
the same. I feel like smelly pillow. So I'll be like, it sounds very different when it comes to English. But it's the same sort of concept where some of athletes, like physical sports athletes, where they have this certain jersey they have to wear for their finals or stuff like that. Same goes for these guys, right?
Yeah, just like Face Clan's hoodie, liking it. The Boom hoodie
it.
as well, the one that Yummy is wearing. That's nice
there's
as well.
There's sort of a Naruto on it. Did you saw that one?
Yeah.
How is it customized for each of a player?
Now you make me wonder. Like we gotta keep our eye on them, or do they all have the same one?
I don't think so,
It'd
because
be
just
nice.
now the others wearing the same. Yeah, the logo is the same, but the other don't have that Naruto sign, the Naruto character. So I do want to see, is it customized for each of them individually?
Wow, Jutsu no custom. Oh, I'll see that again. I like Yummy's jumper as well. You look at it, like there's some decoration to it, or some pattern to it. I describe it, but it looks nice.
Yeah, I mean, like, if only we can actually be at the venue and see if there's any.
Yeah.
If only we have the merchandise to be open up for for all the public to buy it.
Yeah.
It's so perfect. I love it. I would buy every single hoodies that is available there.
Oh man, yeah, you're making me want to shop as well. You know, oh man, my shopping jeans are triggering. You know, my
Shopping
senses are triggering now.
jeans?
Yeah,
Is
shopping.
that even a thing?
Yeah, is that even a thing, right? That's just nonsense. My shopping senses are triggering right now.
But yeah, I mean, like, it would be really cool to have every single team's. I mean, I'm a big fan of sweater. I'm a big fan of hoodies. I'm a big fan of winter breakers and stuff like that. I'm not really a big fan of jersey, but it looks super cool when these guys wear it, especially when it comes to the camouflage coming and the camo coming up from Sem9, right? It's so hard to have our hands on to that just to buy it. It's not cheap either.
Yeah, and some of them don't sell overseas. So I did like officially I wanted to buy, right? So I did message like some of the pages for teams. I said, hey, do you ship to Malaysia and all that? And they're like, oh, we don't do international. I'm like, oh man, I'm willing to pay for it. It's like, oh no, we don't do it. Oh, okay.
Maybe you should
It's
fly
just too
over and
bad.
just buy it.
I know, right? Hopefully, while this.
But yeah, we're gonna head into our last Erangel before we head into the long break. We still have one more Erangel, sorry for that. DX and the rest of the teams, are they ready? But are you watching here right now? Are you ready to get into our second Erangel in the second week, day number 1 of PMSL?
And as Choo Choo says, are you ready? Week 2, map 3, day 1. Here we go, PMSL. Ladies and gentlemen, previously the flight path from the south to the north, but this time it's going to be from the north to the south, but it's still on the left. Will we get a nice kind circle or not? Oh my, I'm at the point where Erangel, please be kind.
I feel like it's gonna be a very similar circle like last one. I mean, like, why not? SMB in between Therapy and Primos. We've seen that before, right at the edge of Therapy last time, right in between these islands. Well, it's gonna be interesting. If that happens, a lot of players gonna be swimming. But lucky we don't have PBE. Nobody taking the boat. I mean, like, that's surprising. Nobody trying to take the boat except for PBE for now.
Box did it, and they miraculously survived. So that was the only one that I remember. The rest of it, yeah, no one else, XP of course. But I really want to see the circle right now. How are we gonna do? I mean, because we got so many like insane circles inside PMSL, it's almost like a card.
Starboard, oh nah. But Starboard do have Box and as well as Box Gaming. SLD and Box Gaming around the same area. Do we have any hot drops amongst the team? I think we have several there.
Somewhere above rock, I saw 2 teams, but I think it's more of like trying to get vehicles. So far, we have the elimination feed yet. I guess all okay. I don't want to speak too soon. I want to talk about that circle. Looking at that circle, it's like it looks okay, but it's not okay because there's a 50-50 split between the shooting range side and assault side. So good luck, players.
But Rostock, I feel like it's going to be ended up there in between those rivers, or Rostock possibly it's going to be where the last few circles will be at. But at the same time, for SLD, they're going to have to share same goes for DX and Procedure, which happens to be the scouters trying to find themselves those vehicles to get going, and Luxia on the other end, Lamborghini. It's not really scouting. These guys are fraggers for their own team, and do you know these guys can play and pull off a big clutch if they needed to. Lamborghini secured himself 1 vehicle. I'm not sure about the rest for now. Frankie Ravies and Troy, I think they're just busy looting up. But there's Box lurking at the other end. If Lamborghini not being careful, the only vehicle they have for the side of DX is going to be going there. But Ravies secures another.
Yeah, so DX at least this time, yeah, so far so good for them. The previous round was also pretty decent for DX. 12 points for 6, okay for DX. Actually, we gotta think about it, right, Chu? DX, as compared to last week, at this time, it's okay. It's way better than last week because last week was very inconsistent for DX.
But I put so much high standard for them, Cloud. We know DX like one of the best. Like, they used to be like Vaughn, you know? They used to be so aggressive, they used to be very proactive, but they're not there yet. What happened to the DX we once upon a time know? Back in SEA Games, they're one of the best out there. When it comes to 2020, it was their year entirely. The year was theirs to take. But when it comes to hopping to 2023, do they don't like number 3?
Well, maybe they don't. That's why they want to be number 1. Aha.
Oh, wow.
But, you know, because it's the D Xavier branding, right? So yeah, it's hard to satisfy. I think a lot of people with that number 6 for now. If it was like DBD getting a number 6, that would be like, oh great, DBD number 6, awesome, doing very well. But because it's D Xavier, I totally get that.
I mean, like, expectations and bars being set based on their achievement, the past histories. That's mean coming up from you. Like, DVD got 6, yeah, amazing. I mean, the contradiction is a bit too big for you to make a comparison at that. But yeah, thanks, Cloud, for making it a bit awkward for DVD there. But DX, now surprisingly, DBD, even though they're having a rough start, but at least it's better than the last week as well if you compared. Right.
Okay, yeah, I gotta give a disclaimer, no disrespect, but that is, of course, based on achievements of DBD. I'm trying to justify myself here, okay?
I get it, brother.
Yeah,
but it's true. Facts are facts. You know, you cannot deny that. You know, if you want to actually be praised there, you have to put in the work. You have to show what you have. And these guys actually do have it. But if you're a newcomer, you can actually just butcher all these guys, just, you know, push these guys down, having a slam all the way. Why not? Right? They are humans, so they eat rice and chickens and everything that's living that can actually be edible for human being. They eat the same thing here. It's all down to their mindset, whether to change it or not.
I was just reading a post about vegan stuff earlier on, so it's a very interesting conversation.
Yeah, do share with us. I do want
to. Okay, sure. After break fasting, of course. Gotta go get your meal first. But
Is that tasty? Is that
Um,
mouth-watering?
it's not. It's okay. I think I better not go into the specifics of the article. But you know, but vegan meals are nice. Just
Yeah,
putting it out
yeah,
there.
I love how the tofu actually tasted like meat. Like you'll be
Mm.
surprised if you get a really good chef to cook it for you. Well,
yeah.
chef sounds fancy, huh?
Yeah. Chef, Mr. Manager, for example, right?
Oh man,
Wow.
man, that one, that's a headache of
Oh.
a chef there.
Oh, okay. Now
But-
I know. Okay.
We're back to game, guys. No more segues. GE taking the high mountain of Gatka for now. But nobody's going to drop themselves there. I don't think there's a lot of people crossing by the Gatka mountains. They know for a fact because of this circle, be so many players will be going down if they just pass by Mount Gatka. So for GE, there's nobody going to share with those compound with them for now. Face on the other hand, a lot of Thai teams, if you notice here, Cloud, they want to get into the center as fast as they can, but they're not trying to ready themselves right in the center. They're trying to surround the center instead of going in the middle of it. Nearby, but not too close. The gatekeeping so hard. All the Thai teams having the same sort of strategy and mindset.
I can understand. I think it's not really about gatekeeping. I think it's about because the circle is still split 50-50. So if you're playing by the edge in stage 1 circle, you still have a lot of space to like, okay, we can take the long route out, back up, we can take out the blue, so that's okay. But if you're like in the middle, then you probably have less options with this stage of the circle. It could still go up, it could still go down. You can expect like some teams might prefer up, might prefer down. Either way is fine. But of like, how do you plan like stage 2, stage 3, stage 4 of the circle? So that's how the Thai teams are doing it.
Yeah, they're 10 steps ahead. You have to give it to the Thais. Denied like you guys are saying that we are just selling them out too much, but numbers don't lie. And the best part is, since the birth of PUBG Mobile in esports until now, they're always up there, Cloud. Not even one season we see them falling off the chart. At least they're gonna be some Thai flag waving or flying over on the top 3. Always. Never, not once, they just went down.
Yeah, not even once. Even if it wasn't Vampire Esports, it was Hale at some point. Okay, yeah, so Thai teams are always up there. But okay, circle shift a little bit to the right. There's still some percentage of the circle being up. So this kind of circle is still not fun, but it's also not fun for Procedure Esports because Fox Gaming has arrived. This one's got to get away. That's going to be Red Face or low, but he's going to pop into Sam 9.
Oh, Box. Coming out from this night. This coming out from the southern part. You saw how clustered it was. It was way too much team. 16 teams. I think 14 teams are down there. On the southern part of the circle. I might be exaggerating. There's going to be 10 teams around there. Another 2 or 4 make it on the northern side. Another 2 coming out very southern part. So it's going to be 2 teams coming out very late on the southern part. But the rest of them at the rim of the bottom circle. I'm saying this. There's going to be only few teams going to remain up there. Within seconds here, we're talking about this third stage. It's more than enough to shut down maybe 8 teams after this.
Yeah, there's a possibility that the circle will go down. So it will be a challenge for teams who remain up on top. So far we can see that it's still up there. They're hoping that the circle still somehow shifts to the top. Those stage 3, you might still see a separation between the two. It's a matter of whether the separation is like majority up or down, and that will determine the stage 4, and that is where you will see teams really moving depending on where it goes.
Speaking of the teams, Procedure are taking their time. Now they are one of the. They always do this, Procedure. Honestly, last week, first few days they've been really good. I think really impressive trying to get those. Now suddenly in the middle of the week they're gone. On the side of DBD, both having a bit of a trade with GE now. Jimmy OP trying to take down on one of a player. GE 1-2-1 for DBD. A bit of exchange to do against Echo as well. Yen on the ground bleeding. Singles for Zai for GE. But GE, Master Ichi having a bit of a problem. I'm not sure against who. Maybe Vampires from this sideline.
Oh, okay. Well, he was trying to go for an angle. He secured that elimination point, but he a counterfire point and he got knocked down by Vampire. Look at the Choo Vampire coming from behind. Oh, Vampire, game 1 plus.
Oh man, both teams just have to retreat for now. They said there's going to be a third party, it's going to be a different team entirely. It's not worth for them investing here. But you know what, Smile still wants to go for those elimination. He for fact got one knocked down, but back up on their feet for the side of Eco. And DBD got himself a bit of a reset, working as a trio of Vampires. They were just passing by. They were not even planning to stop here, Cloud. It was just into their hands, getting those extra points, casually getting those extra bonus points.
Yeah, it's like a drive-through meal, right? Like you just pass by, get your meal, and you get out. And they're not done yet. Don't look at the Shrubs get another one to eat. So GE now only 2 left.
But GE, can they make it? Sometimes the lesser the number, especially when it's down to only 2 players, they work way better. It's surprising how the players were being cornered there, only they push themselves back forward. But the circle again shifted, and it's going to be a generous shift, by the way. A lot of team coming up from the northern side as well this time. It's not as vacant as before. But Seizure in between, on top of that bridge. Well, we do have SLD breathing down. The next DX Gig Slate, it's going to be in the center. FaZe crash into Boom, down 2-1 trade for now. FaZe winning this trade, but Onsens with the DBS wants to finish off Arazi, and that's it for Boom.
Boom stood no chance. They were caught off guard there. But FaZe can reset quickly because teams are starting to come in too. So right now, they should have enough space. Yummy is now alive instead. Because the previous round he was the first one out. So at least this time Yummy get to play a little bit longer together with Keymind. Look at the minimap, they will have a nice distance between the other teams.
Well, I think it's Boom just now splitting the 2-2 way too far apart. There's no way Yummy can give extra support from the backline from that distance. I'm not sure what they're thinking. Definitely the other two will be detrimental punishing coming up from the side of Boom. But we do have Sam9. Heard the audio queue against Hill. He knows exactly where the vehicles are, but right now they have to play quiet, not giving away the position instead. But we do have FaZe visited by Procedure Evos. FaZe taking off to fight to another Norman. Taken down by Lynx. What a Kobe for Lynx.
Oh, they tried to counter it back by Onsen down. And that is it for FaZe Clan. Like what you said, Choo-Choo. Everyone wants a piece of FaZe Clan. And this time they went up, but at least not empty-handed. Still managed to get 2 elimination points. Still number 16 for FaZe Clan. Tough to be FaZe Clan.
Yeah, the funny thing is, Boom against the BTR against them. Even I think all the Indonesians tried to find FaZe Clan first. Funny enough, but it's true. Maybe taking a bit of high respect to his sort of FaZe performance. Try to shut them down inside. Utilize Sam9 to get the number 1 spot for now. Hill taking those elevations. Sam9 taking a bit of a pits here. But we do know for a fact, if you have mollies, if you have grenades, it's going to be perfect fighting against Sam9. But do they have it for Hill?
Oh, okay. Okay, managed to reset at least. So they're okay right now. Sky only buying time by pop that smoke. Tosses his own nade onto Sam9. Sam9 playing at this stage. It's not the first saw them playing at this stage. You saw it before last week. Nice nade, and with that, Tiger move in. Tiger gets 1, Tiger gets 2. He wants the 3rd one, but back up there. And Tiger moving in. Sam9, they're in trouble with that last man, and that is Sam9.
That's a nice rush coming up from Hill. That was remarkable teamwork from Hill's side. Working as a unit. Flawlessly wrapping things out. Just gonna have a fall, but never mind. I take that back. Now Team Secret rushing into this as well. Team Secret, can they move as cohesive as Hill before?
Oh, but look at this Choo-Choo Hill. They know that they don't have to reset. They're like, okay, let's build this, go to the next compound, then reset. Everybody is in the circle, so it makes so much sense. But for Team Secret, oh man, they have to move still. Okay.
Oh, no, they're chasing the heck out of it. They're going in for the crash. They got 2 of members of Hill. Another 2 remain on the other side of the compound. Hill, it was a witty move before, but you know what? Team Secret, known for their persistence. They're so committing into this fight right now. Hill have to go back in, trying to go a bit of a control. They crash back right in, but 1 knock down to only Tiger with a DBS. Finish up Yidu Alliance. You do Alliance. Where are the rest? Can they have a reset? Oh boy. Never mind. Sorry, you do a Team Secret. Sorry for that. But that was a topsy-turvy moment. I mean, like Team Secret, they're chasing the heck of a Hill. Hill was not happy about it, definitely. Give him back right in the face as well.
Actually, you're not wrong about that. You know, like to play as well. So they damaged Team Secret, and the rest was taken out by Hale. So Hale got points, and that's what matters at the end of the day. Oh man, Team Secret, again, another tough round for them. At least they got 2 points though. So yeah, not empty-handed still, but it's still a tough position for Team Secret. But speaking about Udo Alliance, so got knocked down by Bacon Time, and looks like it was Bacon Time taking out this compound. And they'll take it away from Udo Alliance.
Oh, wait for Bacon Time, nice. Yep, that's it. Udo Alliance, Flax OP next. Down to only 2 or 3 players for that.
Spring?
Yeah, red face. Yeah. Casually just drive by. Wait, what? Ow. Box Gaming, smoke up, we got no. Finally, yeah, there's going to be a big BTR waiting on the other end. Yeah, slither of health remains. Pasija waiting. Oh boy, I feel like this is going to be the end for Box due to how low they are right now. Pasija just got it right in their lap here. But Link's moving away, he can actually fight them.
I think Lynx is just open up a flank on the left, and that's actually pretty okay for him. So right now, the have is that Boss Gaming can't even come to shore, especially for those in the right now, and for those who are not able to pressure by the blue. So right now, Lynx, ooh, nice counter by Zunos. My, oh my, immediately gets back into the water.
That window of opportunity just now, if only Box Gaming fight, but a procedure actually Lynx fought back first. Box won't even dock themselves up. But the moment you miss that time, and that's just it, Box gonna punch them really hard. But Procedure, Evos, Luxy, trying to find where those shots coming out from. They cannot even spot them out. BTR breathing there behind their neck. It's gonna be UI against Zuxi. And also the side of Box Gaming eyeing out to the side of Procedure at the same time. They caught themselves in a death trap. Zuxi getting on Box Gaming. But during this time, we're talking about Sega happens to shrink, and Lavi will be the furthest away. Procedure Evil's red face might spot him out on the side of Box, but Leng's a bit too late for him. BTR caught the one at the back line of Zuxi. Procedure is just too wide a spread from among themselves.
Yeah, the original idea was get the Box and take them out, but they forgot that the other teams close by, potentially close by. So that's where BTR took advantage of it. Now Zuxi, he is caught on the crowd of a BTR, so he's in a tough position at this point. Not as a vehicle, but if it doesn't, then it's going to be tough because it's going to be an open area between him and the soul at least.
Zuxi's still trying to salvage whatever he can right now. Procedure Evos. Very widespread. Spotted out Shunos. Trying to finish him off straight away. But the water is not as clear as what we can see in the screen right now from him. It's going to be a very opaque sort of a sea. Can't see what's underneath. Rat face walking straight into Death Trap. They made a bit of a U-turn. Luxy cannot even hop onto with Rat face. Stuck in the corner. Procedure everywhere. They're trying to reunite again as an entire team. But SLD pushing in as well. Going to finish off Luxy. Procedure feels very messy. They're being forced to split here.
It does feel like too much of a attention onto Box Gaming, and they forget the rest of their surrounding. But then again, well, at least still in this though, but only 2 players left. SLD on the other hand took advantage of that by taking the elimination point, fighting way into the circle. But next is going to be Udo Alliance. Udo Alliance below them. If only they can take advantage of this elevation. But Gaming is out, number 13, with 1 elimination point in hand.
Procedure, Zuxi, and Rat Face. Now, lucky enough, they're not being paid attention to all the other teams, just as they were being eyed by all these vultures down there. But next one is going to be Hill Eliminator. Still have 11 teams here at the 5th stage of the circle. Chua and the rest of DX want to get out from this compound, but they want to step out of it. Bacon time waiting on those elevations. They got themselves those high ground to see through what's happening on the other end. Gigslate got themselves a center. A very strong compound, but here comes Udo Alliance.
Oh, here we go with Lamborghini all alone in this compound. But you got from Frankie. Let's get a knockdown to Adi Luke. Kenny is in the building, only on the outside, prepping up his Lamborghini with his nade. And then Right now, we do see him tossing over to Kenny. Kenny's low at this point. Frankie giving backup from the other building. And his name actually land on the members of Judo Alliance. Olio tosses a nail to the second floor, but Lamborghini's not there.
Judo Alliance trying to force it. Procedure, well, we do know that's going to be waiting to find any attack just on how scattered they are. But Judo Alliance getting a bit of exchange. Lamborghini nail on one. There's going to be 1-to-1 exchange here with DX and Judo Alliance. But look, we finish off. Chua can actually make it. Chobin holding his by himself inside on the first floor. And Chua with an AKM trying to ring around Rosie with Olio. Olio reach over to DBF. But Lambo plays so well as to deal with Chua. Different levels of terrain, but so well when it comes to communication.
Yeah, who needs a DBS if you have a need from Lamborghini? And that took out Judo Alliance. Our top 4 teams are out. Teams with more than 20 points in total. We might see a big shift here at the top. Looking at the middle bracket, the teams are still alive there.
BTR trying to close in the distance against Boom, going for the rush and the flush. Satar coming up from the flank. Yummy with the DBS, while Keyman with the Bison right now holding in where he's at the corner. Because he heard the audio queue, he heard the rush. They're going to go in all out. For the side of BTR, there's so much commitment into this fight here. Keyman trying to toss a bit of Molotov, but one DBS. Yummy may finish off one. They should have picked together. BTR, Keyman getting one as
Sata?
well. They had a fool.
Sata. He's the last man. He's not the last man though. Gen Force on the other side. But now focus on the Sata. Tosses the second floor. Looks like it will not connect enough. Sata. Ooh, super duper low. Gen Force picking up Ryzen. At the same time, goes to need it up by Chua. But the nade for Sata. Beautiful to Yummy. But booms Yummy's nade onto the other end. Takes down Ryzen.
Yummy Nate was bigger. That's 2 discount on 1, honestly speaking. But here comes both teams trying to reset themselves. Have a bit of sort of the same boat right now. But Yummy trying to heal himself back up a bit later for the side of Gem Force coming in. Now they didn't have the time to reset just yet. He might try to push in. Drody and pre-cooked the nade coming up from the side of Boom and also BTR. Trying to ring around Rosie again. Keyman going up the second floor. Nobody can spot anybody out the window. He saw the Molly. We do have another fight going on for Box Gaming on the smaller screen. But Keyman still trying to bridge in here. Gen Force holding his compound again on his knees. Gen Force, another knock for him.
Oh! One loses to a DBS. Yummy will win that fight. BTR is out. Yummy and Keyman, they will remain in the game.
GE going into the sort of DBD. Along the smoke across it. Small being knocked down. His silhouette can be seen. Given away his position by Echo. West on the other end now. The last player remaining from the side of GE. Again, GE maintain consistency today with the top 7 this time. But finally placing himself out. Got himself 2 eliminations as well. Not too shabby. But DBD's not done and dusted for them just yet. Vampires switching this side to the attention on this side of DBD on the ground.
Oh man, that was a beautiful day there by Newsy. Newsy is capable of doing anything. And now it's like with Ziggs. But then again, that is it. The moment I made the Ziggs, then Shresso to pick him out. Number 6 for DBD with 2 elimination points. Vampire pick those points. 4 in total for them right now. But now we do see that the Circle World team might be in trouble.
G hoping it will land a Kobe on top of the entire of DX.
Oh.
The Vietnam team definitely knows each other so well at this point. Going in for the rush here, trying to go for the spray. Slowly closing in the distance. They're moving as a 3-1 right now. With 1 prongs in, making sure he got an eye out to the side of Kick and as well as Rabies, who's happened to be the flank. But Rabies, can he spot out? He's going to be the playmaker for DX. Can I actually find an opening for the side of DX to march to the side of SL? They finished them entirely in an instant. It's a big win for the side of DX. Down to Rabies. So pivotal right now.
To give an eye on Geek Slate as well. They still have this fortress and right behind the Vampires. Lamborghini takes down Yummy and that will be it. Boom Esports points given to D Xavier. I think the next focus will be going to be Vampire Esports because he's still on the outside circle and right in front of is the fortress of Jigslick.
Lamborghini pruning down. Just supporting Frankie on the other end. Rabies, they're moving out the triangle as much as possible for DX. They're not crossing those streets just yet. But at the same time, the one that actually getting themselves a compound gig. Mika getting on traps with a nade. Mika coming up from the flank side. But just putting on traps, another one. Gig, what a view here. Finish of what a clean win.
And that is the fortress of Jigslick, ladies and gentlemen. Vampire didn't have a vehicle, so it was tough for them to get across. But now Jigslick, the circle, has the compound. Still, so far, perfect location for them. SL managed to get their way into the circle. But it's an open space for them instead as Jigslick will put focus on these.
Okay, can they pull off another flawless attempt of finishing another team here? That was really remarkable team comms. I have to swear that was one of the cleanest by today and this week. Possibly the entire PMSL right now when it comes to teamwork. Not even one being tapped down. Damn, spotted out again for SLD. There's only one tree in between it. Spotted out another one. DX being holding the compound of Damn Good right now. Damn Good holding against two teams at the same time by himself. Giving so much intel for the entirety of Gig Slate.
And you know what? Jigslick has the circle! With this compound, with the circle, with a full squad, they're in a good position to take home this chicken dinner.
Every condition there is to get those chickens on the side. But DX trying to finish off SLD first. Have to be aware that's going to be coming up from Damroot. Slowly tapping up from afar, taking advantage, and Lamborghini got hit again from the side of Gig. Lambo, you have to deal with Gig Slate right now. There's no way he can actually finish off SLD too far apart. He's only 150 meters coming up from Gig Slate, the DX and SLD right now. But the ones not touching, not even having touch it. Gig Slate, nobody even giving enough attention.
Well, it was hard anyway, unless someone decides to straight right to the middle. But anyway, now we're in this situation where Jigslick is in the best position to get the secret to the Lamborghini. Will be gunned down by Stuxnet and Lamborghini finish off by Damn Good. Another point for them. Then the elimination points for Jigslick, and not like they are in the circle, not doing anything. They are still collecting points.
They still can do it. They don't even have to budge or move. There's a fork in the road and there's open space as well. If you're not in the center, you're not having those compounders, no way you can survive here. Everything is on the hands of Gig. It's like everything just falling off easily. The pieces are now unfolded. All the hands of Gig Slate can easily get those eliminations. We're talking about 12 by now. Leaving only one DX players. Ravis, how to go against the entire squad of Gig Slate here. Left, right, center, you name it. Slow and that's it. Gig, this is theirs to take. It was a clean run for them.
Yo, yeah, Gig, man. Normally, if we see like, okay, the team in the middle of the circle has a compound, doesn't need to move, you don't get that many elimination points. But for Gig Slate, they still managed to get themselves more than 10 elimination points in total. So it's still a good haul for them in this round. And I wonder who's the MVP. It's tough, but well, it's gonna be
feel like
stats
it's
that
supposed
tell
to be
the
damn good. I personally feel like it's supposed to be damn good though.
Well, okay then. I mean, if your theory is damn good, I can't deny that. Get a confirmation very, very soon.
But who do you want? Mika! Oh, okay.
Never mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
There you go. So unfortunately, you don't get your wish, but it's okay. Mika, Italy. Yeah,
About
definitely.
60. But is this the highest damage by a single player in a map that we've seen in PMSL so far? We had 1,100.
Yeah, I didn't keep track of that stat, but I believe it is. It could be. I don't think we're seeing 1,200 just yet. This could be the highest.
But hey, when it comes to damage taken, it's still Mika actually tanking the most when it comes to the entirety of the team. Wow.
Yeah, so a lot of work done by him, right? So he tanks damage, he dishes damage, he gets knocked out, or he knocks other teams the most as well. Yeah, knocks the most as well. So, I mean, he's been doing everything for the team, basically.
Man, but at the same time, the team comms come from Gig Slate. That was remarkable. I have to see it through again. And DX, like you mentioned, Cloud, this is way better than last time. And they are slowly climbing up at a steady pace. There's no up and down. They're going up and up at one step at a time.
Yeah, DX way better than last week, of course. But let's check it out. Okay, 13 eliminations, that's a confirmation there. 23 points for Gig Slate. DX, 15 points, the only two teams with double digit. I'm always interested to see like what's happening on the other end. So let's see here. Box Gaming, only 1 point. Them 9, 0 points. Udo Alliance, 1 point. So it's a very different round for Udo Alliance. Previously, they got the most points. But GE, 3 points. Not too bad, really.
I mean, like, there today has been way more points they garnered the entire week last week. Honestly, that's so mean. But it's true. You have to agree. Because last week, it was like ended up the entire week 19, right? Or something like that. In the last minute only. But today is way more than it's just halfway through. Gig now taking over number 1 spot. FaZe being eliminated early. I think FaZe have a thing against... I mean, the Indonesian have a thing against FaZe. Every single time it's going to be BT off. Taking on FaZe. It's going to be Boom. It's going to be Procedure. I mean, like, FaZe have to keep their enemies check here.
Yeah, I know. After that interview, especially. So, FaZe fans in a very interesting position. Speaking about interesting positions, so Team Secret was 16, and why I would say they're interesting is because they're the only team without a rank point. So far, we've seen them being eliminated early. Yes, they do get a few elimination points, but that's it. Only 3 elimination points so far, and that's overall points comes from. And then that no rank points at all for Team Secret. So yeah, they can get those points by elimination, but if they can't survive long enough, and it's still very difficult.
I mean, like, if you want to call it as trolling, right? This is not the stage where you should be trolling anymore. We're talking about a second week kick out in the middle of the tournament. If you cannot make up your points, it's going to be detrimental when it comes to define a week plus those initial points coming into the grand finals. And even can Team Secret even make it for the grand finals at this point here?
Because last week they were somewhere in the middle, so of the calculate now it's they still kind of make it, I guess. But yeah, if this continues on, they definitely will be in jeopardy, not gonna lie.
Wow, that's gonna be rough for them. I mean, like, we're talking about 2 weeks in a row now, and not even an improvement coming out of Team Secret. I mean, like, they must have, they possibly trying out something. But what from your perspective, right? I want to listen from your perspective because we've custed together for a long time, seen so many games here. What's the main reason? What's so different that making it so hard for them to actually go up there?
Well, I did spend some time at the Secret Bootcamp during the Malaysia, and interesting observations. I can say is that I think the players need to have better mental strength. I think there's something blocking them. I think that this is tough, right? If you don't one round as a pro player, you need to find ways of managing yourself to back up the next round and so on and so forth. So I do have a sense that it's because of it's a blocker for them to actually get back up. Hence, that's why I personally want to see Mints play. Not to say that Mints is the key player, but I do feel that they do need a personnel change just to refresh things up.
I agree. Whether they can bounce back or not within short amount of time, we're gonna wait and see after this 1 hour break. That's gonna be 1 hour for them to bounce back for Team Secret. Now we're gonna head into the break for a bit. See you guys in an hour for the third game of Irregular. Yeah, bye.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Pew pew.
Pew Pew versus Rex.
Pew pew.
Pew Pew versus Deadpool.
Damn good.
Deadpool versus Deadpool.
Damn good.
Deadpool versus Rex.
Damn good.
Deadpool versus Rex.
Damn good.
Deadpool versus Nintendo.
Mute. Mute the best, man.
Bila esok datang kembali.
Pemburu or jumper?
Jumper.
Yohai or Fredo?
Yohai.
Demrut or Mika?
Mika.
Ryzen or Zuxi?
Ryzen.
Team Secret or Yudu?
Yudu.
RRQ Athena or Bigetot Esports?
Bigetro Esport.
Nasi lemak or nasi uduk?
Nasi lemak.
Magi or Indomie?
Indomie.
Rendang or nasi kandar?
Nasi kandar.
Sirap Bandung or es cendol?
Es cendol.
Durian montong or durian Musan King?
Durian apa satu tu? Durian montol.
Durian montong or durian Musang King?
Montong tu apa?
From Thailand.
Oh. Durian Musang King.
Thank you Manpa.
Okay, thank you.
Berarti
Ya.
tapi
Kalau
apa
tadi dibilang
PMPL Malai kurang keras?
Season lepas dekat play-in kenapa tak lepas? Invited doang.
Apa Bi? Liga Malaysia keras Bi. Jom ke Malaysia Bi, kita tengok Ryzen di Malaysia. Apa keras atau tidak?
Tim Malaysia 2 kali juara SEA. Fikir-fikirkan. Tunggu lah dekat PMSL nanti. Siapa yang dekat atas?
A brand new gameplay, Noosa Tycoon, is now available. Welcome to your very own island. Earn Noosa coins, build your island, and increase your prosperity. That way, you can win a free legendary set and commemorative titles. The main way of earning Noosa coins is by running the Regal Resort. The higher the level, the more profits you reap. Invite friends to stay at your Regal Resort and help you run it for both of you to gain additional earnings. Keep using Noosa coins to upgrade buildings for your island to become more prosperous. Upgrading the cargo terminal can additionally improve the prosperity of your island. When you reach 2,000 prosperity, you can redeem a permanent legendary set for free. Every 8 hours, players can explore the mysterious cavern once for free to dig up crates and collectible items. The higher the cavern's level, the greater the chance of excavating collectible items, which further increase your island's prosperity. Here's a little tip. The most profitable strategy is to evenly upgrade all 3 buildings. A hologram of your island displays in the lobby during the event, and its appearance changes as your prosperity increases. So come and build up your island with friends.
The well-loved creation mode has gotten a major update. Now, a function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added. When you enter creation mode, you will notice that there are 2 new options. They are the function that allows players to add screen effects, and the function that allows players to switch outfits while in creation mode. The function to switch outfits has greatly improved the player experience. All you have to do is prepare different outfits in your portable closet. You can switch between them at any time while in creation mode. Combine various camera effects at the same time to smoothly capture a fashion show and further enrich your shots. It's now also easy to reach certain spots. Furthermore, you can now display companions in creation mode. They also have their own dedicated photo and video taking templates to better capture them up close. That way, you can capture beautiful moments from more angles. In this new version, we've added a new small themed area, the Imagination District, to Air Angle and Libet. If you wish to quickly check out the new resource point, it's best to go to Air Angle. These widely dispersed Imagination Districts will provide you with new options for gearing up. Try landing here at the start of a match to loot more supplies than usual. Also, similar to the Imagination Plaza, Imagination Districts also offer interactable areas that allow you to get rewards. But since the areas are small, each Imagination District can only be interacted with once. If all teammates jump to the same Imagination District, there might not be enough supplies for everyone. In that case, it's a good idea to split up roles in the team. Some teammates can first scout the nearby area for supplies. Once geared up, they'll be able to protect the rest of the team that's busy interacting with the themed area, thus mitigating the chances of loot getting snatched away by other players. By working together, both looting and interacting can be done at the same time. It saves a lot of time and lets your team quickly move on to the next point.
Your order is here.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
The Tide Metal safeguards the superficial peace. The lack of supplies continues to aggravate misunderstandings. Familial conflicts that lurk beneath the surface never cease. Eventually, trade relations are cut off and contracts torn apart. Thus marks the end of the family bond.
With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, Air Wrangle has added 2 attention-grabbing imagination plazas to the map. They're really noticeable on the mini-map. The 2 imagination plazas are located at Stalber and the Quarry. There'll be hotly contested jump locations for this version. It's very simple. Compared to other areas, there are tons of supplies to be found, enough to gear up very quickly. Themed items like block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon can also be found here. So it's vital to be fast as soon as you land in order to get first dibs on these awesome items. Also, within Imagination Plaza are anniversary crates and their secret. On platforms with 4 marked locations lies the key to uncovering the secret. Enter the yellow area of the platform and the progress bar will start filling. This means that the anniversary crate is being unlocked. Although it's possible for a single player to fully unlock it, it's way more efficient to do so with teammates. But be wary, as you don't want to be a free target for enemies while unlocking the crate. Once the progress bar has started filling, players can make good use of the gun shield to block enemy gunfire. Once all 4 platforms have been fully activated, a laser will activate the plaza's center tower. That's where the anniversary crate is. Players can use the dual-purpose cannon to fire themselves and teammates straight to the crate at the top of the tower. It's important not to relax, as there may still be enemies lying in ambush for the final moment. Only the final players that remain will get to reap all rewards of the anniversary crate.
Let's see what new content awaits us in Classic Mode, as well as other general improvements. In terms of firearm adjustments, we increased the DP28 and M249's damage and stability, as well as its default ammo count. It now comes with a full clip of 47 bullets when first picked up. At the same time, the DP28 and M249 can now be equipped with the gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it'll automatically unfold when players lay prone to help block enemy gunfire. We've made a series of improvements on the game's basic controls. Now, when the spawn island countdown ends, it plays a team assemble animation. Hurry and show off your team. The reticle has been added to the jump phase to make marking things easier during this phase. Concurrently, the light column that shows after marking something now shrinks as a player gets closer to avoid it blocking your view. Upon equipping a throwable in a match, the throw arc now appears immediately to better gauge where something will be thrown. Also, the throw arc is no longer interrupted by glass windows. We have added firearm ammo type descriptions to the pickup list to make gathering suitable supplies more convenient. The carry system has also undergone adjustments. When being carried by teammates, players can choose to break away. After doing so, the teammate will be unable to carry the same player again for a minute. Once more, players can choose to enable sound visualization on the main gameplay interface. After enabling, footstep sounds, vehicle sounds, and other sounds will show directional information. You'll be able to have a better grasp on what's happening in a match. We've also upgraded creation mode. Players can now switch outfits, select loads of scene special effects, and display companions in creation mode. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Hello everyone, Payload mode is getting an update. This update brings a new, powerful weapon, the tank. Experience the adrenaline of Payload with all new tank battles. The new tanks will be found in Erangel. They have incredibly resilient armor and immense firepower. They can seat up to 4 players. The driver will control the tank's direction and can also look through the tank's gun sights to aim and fire at distant vehicles and enemies. The co-pilot can fire the tank's machine gun for even more firepower. The tank gun and machine gun can both rotate a full 360 degrees. The tank is extremely durable, and passengers will not take damage from gunfire, grenades, red zone bombing, vehicles, or other physical threats. But that's not to say that the tank is invincible. When the tank's durability is reduced to 0, it will explode, dealing damage to the passengers. Of course, the sturdy and powerful tank also has downsides. For one, its large size makes it easy for your team to be discovered. It's also quite slow, making it easy to chase down and surround. When you're facing a tank, firing on the heavily armored front doesn't deal much damage, but attacks from the rear deal additional damage. Shots fired at the tank at a 30-degree angle or less will ricochet, dealing significantly less damage. Attacking the tank's weak points and firing from an optimal angle are the keys to taking them down. You can also use a bit of strategy, lying in wait while within firing range, and launching an ambush when the enemy comes within range. In order to help players find tanks more easily, this update will also add a tank airdrop. Find the tank flare gun, and use it to call a tank into battle. Aside from that, we've also added purchasable recalls. Players can now opt to spend shop tokens at shops to recall eliminated teammates.
Thanks.
If it's too dangerous to get to a recall tower, this is another excellent option. So call your teammates and dive into Payload to experience exciting, all-new tank battles together.
We'll be going over exciting new version content in just 1 minute. With the arrival of PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, the Imagiversary theme mode is about to commence. To start off, there are 2 themed areas of varying sizes on the map: Imagination Plaza and Imagination District. They are simply brimming with creativity, with complex 3-dimensional architecture and compact 2-story layouts. Tactics that utilize high maneuverability are now more advantageous than ever. Several newly added items can provide extraordinary mobility. Freely build cover using block cover, which can be used as an elevator when placed directly below a player's feet. Use the dual-purpose cannon to launch throwables and yourself into the air. With portable trampoline, even tall buildings are within reach. Besides these items, Imagiversary also includes a supply converter that can be used to combine different item types. So explore for yourself and discover new crafting recipes. In PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary, we will be officially welcoming the all-new World of Wonder mode, where you can play other players' creations. Countless maps that differs from classic mode await discovery. What's more, everyone has a chance to become a creator. Publish your own creations in the game for everyone to enjoy. Gearfront will be making its return next month, alongside the new Jet Boost board skill, which allows you to move about swiftly. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. A special function that allows players to quickly switch outfits and backgrounds has been added for an even better selfie experience. Moreover, we will be introducing a new gun shield attachment for the M249 and DP28. Come and experience it for yourself. PUBG Mobile's anniversary celebration is about to begin. Get ready.
PUBG Mobile's 5th anniversary is coming soon. Let's take a look at all the new content. In version 2.5, we'll be introducing the new World of Wonder feature, which includes tons of maps for different gameplay. Apart from the classic Battle Royale gameplay, you can experience unlimited possibilities in PUBG Mobile. In World of Wonder, even more gameplay maps will be coming in the future, so be sure to keep an eye out on updates for more details. On March 18th, the all-new themed gameplay, Imagiversary, will be available. In this new gameplay, players can use 3 themed items: block cover, portable trampoline, and the dual-purpose cannon. Use them to complete all sorts of creative maneuvers. Block cover can generate 3 different shaped toy blocks, which can be used as a bridge or cover. It can even be used as an elevator when placed below the player's feet. After placing it on the ground, you can touch it to bounce to higher ground. Players can launch themselves with the dual-purpose cannon to travel long distances, or launch all kinds of throwables as ammunition. It's way more powerful and effective than a regular throw. Get your creative juices flowing and come up with different combinations to unleash unexpected tactical effects. Furthermore, your backpack comes with a unique item, the supply converter. You can use the device to get new supplies by converting them 2 for 1. Give it a try, and you might just discover something unexpected. At the same time, the large new themed area, Imagination Plaza, will appear in Erangel, Stalber, and Quarry. Battle it out to occupy designated locations and compete for a vast amount of advanced supplies. The small themed area, Imagination District, will also appear in Erangel and Livik. Explore these areas and get your hands on supplies. Classic mode has also undergone several updates. DP28 and M249 can be equipped with a new gun shield attachment. Once equipped, it can be used to block enemy gunfire. Supply shops are now available in Miramar, Vikindi, Senok, and Payload to provide players with an extensive array of tactical options. In Payload, powerful and heavily armored tanks will be available. Drive them into battle. In Metro Royale, there will be loads of updates to items and mechanics for you to explore. Creation mode will also be undergoing an update. You'll have access to many creative functions, such as change outfits, emote change speed, scene effects, and more. More options will be added to the camera and chat, so showcase your brilliant captures. The all-new Nusa Tycoon event is available in the new version. During the event, each player gets their own island. Nusa coins can be used to upgrade buildings, which raises the prosperity of your island. As your island's prosperity increases, your island's appearance in the lobby also changes. Upgrade buildings and manage your island with friends now to unlock more advanced appearances. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you next time.
Kepekatan santan pada setiap butir nasi.
PUBG Mobile.
Kepedasan sambal menjadi pembuka selera.
PUBG Mobile.
Ikan bilis, kacang serta timun. Nasi lemak, pilihan pertama di hati.
PUBG Mobile.
Halo semuanya, gua Rezan dari Bigetron. Selamat ulang tahun untuk PUBG Mobile yang kelima. Semoga game PUBG Mobile kedepannya semakin berkembang, semakin maju, dan semakin sukses. Nah, buat kalian jangan lupa terus ikuti perkembangan gameplay PUBG Mobile karena bakal banyak event-event seru kedepannya. Thank you guys.
Merhaba, ben Türkiye'den Solkay. PUBG Mobile'in 5. yıl dönümü kutlu olsun. PUBG Mobile'in yeni yıl dönümü etkinliklerini sen de oyuna gelip keşfedebilirsin.
Hello guys, it's me Suvin Kumar Prajapati र म टिम DRS नेपालबाट खेल्छु र ह्यापी 5th एनिभर्सरी PUBG मोबाइल र हजुर नबिर्सिनु होला 5th एनिभर्सरीको इभेन्ट आउँदैछ हजुर स्योर खेल्नु होला थ्यांक यू
Hello everyone, here is Lord from Iraq. I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Really happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun contents to the players in the future. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and rich activities for the limited time. See you there.
Halo semuanya, gue Luxi dari Persija Esports dan gue mau ngucapin buat PUBG Mobile buat ulang tahun yang kelima dan semoga PUBG Mobile makin rame, makin seru, event-eventnya juga makin makin seru banget deh pokoknya, dan kompetitifnya juga terutama semoga makin ketat ya. Dan buat kalian jangan lupa ramein event nanti ada di game PUBG Mobile ya, di dalam game kita seru-seruan bareng di sana. Oke, sampai jumpa, dadah.
हेलो अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मेरा नाम आयुट उज़न और मैं आयुट का इन गेम लीडर हूँ। मेरे तरफ से PUBG मोबाइल को 5th एनिवर्सरी बहुत मुबारक हो। मैं ये गेम 5 साल से खेल रहा हूँ और इस गेम में कुछ नए एक्टिविटीज़ आने लगे हैं, तो चलो मिलते हैं वहीं पे। अल्लाह हाफिज़।
Hello everyone, here is Jumper from Team Secret Malaysia.
I'm here to wish PUBG Mobile a happy 5th anniversary. Very happy to accompany PUBG Mobile through the 5th year. Hope to bring more fun content to players in the future. Also wish PUBG Mobile to become better and better. By the way, remember to try the new anniversary gameplay and reach activity that are open at limited time.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PMSL 2023, brought to you by Tencent Games, PUBG Corporation, Lightspeed, and Quantum Studios. We're back here for more action-pack of PUBG Mobile. Speaking of which, heading to our last wrangle of the day.
Sorry, I had to tune my mic there. Just double checking since it happened before. Yeah, but anyway, yes, welcome back from the long break. Hope everyone's freshened up because we're playing 3 games in a row after this. And what a day it has been for some of the last week's page 2 teams. I mean, like GE, nice to see them on page 1. We have seen some surprises, and we know that FaZe Clan now is kind of being a target for the other teams.
Yeah, but I mean, like, they are the strongest for now when it comes to day 1, week 2. But can they hold their consistency? Now, for a fact, they know there's so many teams out there that are eyeing out for them. It's how to the IGL to navigate themselves to the circle without being touched at the same time. Speaking of which is going to be our prediction for today. None of us actually calling out for FaZe here, Cloud.
I know, right? I mean, well, for me personally, I thought that, I want to go for some non-cliche teams. So GE, DBD, SLD, obviously my picks. I think for your pick though, Hale is a pretty good one.
Yeah, for me personally, these teams are the ones that are really craving for those number 1 spot when it comes to week 2. And they are the teams that are really close enough. But for Geek Slate, on the other hand, for me, why I put them up here, because they're always the late bloomers, right? So I'm looking for their performance coming up when it comes to week number 2 here. I don't expect too much of them coming up from week 1. They're late comers. They need their time to start the engines and get all cylinders out. But for Boom, this is one of the teams that should be highlighted in Indonesia for me personally. Like, yeah, we don't have the legendary twins, we don't have Rise and UI, but Boom definitely have a lot to offer if you see how, and you actually saw how the performance last week.
Yeah, they had potential, right? It's just that they need to find the consistency, and of course, besides that, they are the PMPL Indonesia champions, so they definitely have something to back to offer. It's just that, interestingly, they swap players almost every round. We can expect the next round even that they swap players in and out. So I don't know. Again, it's a question that I think it's been on our minds since last week. We haven't got that answered yet in an interview. Hopefully one of these interviews we'll be able to find that out.
Yeah, speaking of interview, we do have one. We're going to head into our host very soon. It's going to be Cairo. Take it over again.
This time around, we have 2 different players from 2 different teams, Geek Slate Snipes and Persija Evos Luxi. Hello guys.
Hello.
Alright, starting off with Snipes.
Yes.
First of all, congratulations on winning the 3rd match for today.
Thank you, man.
Currently your team rank is number 1, and did you guys make any adjustments after the game last week?
Yeah, of course, because whatever we planned on last week, it doesn't work. And we plan on new things, and it works so far, and we are continuing to follow the plan.
All right, all the best on the future games. And
thanks.
Next question for you. So there's this one hot topic in Malaysia right now, Liga MY tak keras, which means that Malaysian League is not that good. So do you have any thoughts about this?
I totally disagree with this, because I know all the players in Malaysia is working hard and playing hard, and I know they can go to top level. And yeah, I totally disagree with that.
All right, strong answer right there. So Geek managed to kill Vampire Esports in the last match, not just in the last match. Last week, you guys beat them 3 times. So any words to Vampire Esports?
To Vampire, all the best. Good luck and try again, man.
Oh, try again, Vampire Esports. Try again. So, last but not least, is there anything you want to say to your fans out there?
Untuk peminat luar sana, jangan lupa doakan kita orang, jangan lupa untuk support kita orang, and teruskan motivate kita orang sebab ia membantu.
Alright, so what he said just now was keep on rooting for them throughout the whole PMSL, and hopefully they'll win the title. Alright, thank you so much. Luxi, on to you. How are you doing?
Good.
Alright, so first question. How do you feel to get back on your prime performance? Because last match you got 9 eliminations. That's absolutely great for you. How do you feel?
I'm very excited, and it is our moment to get back to our top performance, and we don't want to lose our moment, so we have to bring back our moments.
Alright. the moments. They need the moments to win. So what do you think that should be taken care of to keep your team in the top 5 for week 2?
Thing is just our emotional and adrenaline, and just that we have to maintain that, because sometimes we gone wrong, so we have to keep maintain with
Yeah. All right. So last but not least, last question for you. Anything you want to say to your support?
I want to say to Vampire first.
Oh, Vampire first.
yeah.
Okay. Things are getting spicy again. Looks like today is very hot.
Vampire, Indonesia and Malaysia is very hard. We will prove you in the final. Okay, wait for us.
Okay. Nice. Okay. Any words to your fans?
Oh, oke. Terima kasih yang udah support kita dan support kita terus agar kita selalu berada di atas. Thank you.
Very humble yet very strong words from Luxi just now. But thank you for joining this interview. And now we're passing the mic back to the casters. See you again. Bye-bye.
Spicy.
Well, indeed. Wow, very interesting. But what he said was wait for us in the finals, right? That means,
They're not
in other
showing
words,
off. They're not
yeah, the league is like, it's okay, we give you the league, but the finals is where it matters.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, why show off all your best card when you can actually hide it for later? Because you know for a fact there's a high chance for these guys to get into the playoff, right? Like, why we want to show all the best that we can actually go for it. But when it comes to the next map here, we do have our top performance based on the last map as well, which is going to be a lot of Gig this time. They are rising up to the occasion for the side of Gig Slate.
Yes, so we have Snipes, we have Mika, because they got that chicken dinner with a good number of elimination points. So that's why they're up there. Lamborghini, this guy, for D Xavier, he's been popping up. We saw that clutch last week inside of Miramar, and now he's still up here. I mean, this guy is in carrying the team. Kimai, interestingly, it's not Yummy this time. So they swap over, the performance kind of swapped over to Kimai, which is okay. It's always nice to have someone else besides that only one player to be able to also bring up the team. And Kimai, despite him swapping in and out of the team, but he's still able to perform up there. So looking good for Kimai.
And then if you compare with the others, and Keyman actually don't play as much as the other teammates, but he's still being put up there. But I feel like you're a bit unhappy with Yummy not being there, but I feel like Yummy is going to be on the 5th spot, very closely behind, because his name has been popping off quite a number in every single brawl there is for Boom. If I agree, if you guys kind of get the idea what will be the Boom perfect lineup or even their static lineup for now, do tell us, because we right now cannot even have a minuscule of idea of who the main roster is until week number 2 still, unless if they start to stick here when it comes to the entire week 2, then it's going to be a bit of progress coming up from them. But we did actually saw Vampires swapping in Fluketh as well, Cloud. Yeah, I agree. Because if you're benching out the players way too long for the entire week, you have to swap in and out. If not, they've gotten too cold. And when that happens, if you ever need a sub within short amount of time, at least they're being worn up, right? Because we, like, humans are so fragile. We have to agree to that. We get sick easily, and so that's one of the reasons why they have to prepare with a sub in the first place for the players and the team. But speaking of the last Erangel, for today, Erangel map has been going up and down. I mean, the second map was pretty okay if you compare it with the first one. Now, whenever we're done with the break, Erangel map is always going to torture the players. The worst part is when you thought you had the circle for the players. You can see, I mean, like, I wish we can have the cam view for the players when the circle hard shift. It would be so funny if, you know, the moans and the groans come up from players, like, not this again. I don't think it's just all. I think there are some vulgar words behind it. I feel like there might be. Maybe that's the biggest reason, yes. But when looking at the overall performance of today, now Vampires, so many teams that actually have the target on top of Vampires, right? So I want to know your thoughts regarding this. Yeah, why Vampires? Why not FaZe? Because we have a lot of fights against FaZe today instead of Vampires. That's a pharaoh. That's the hormones talking. I think that's the hormones talking. But I do love coming up from the twins, and the twins are playing for the entire week too, I guess, because we saw Luxie and Zaxi both are in the map for the next one. They're already sitting themselves in their own slot there. So speaking of the players coming up from the twins, right? So far, do you prefer the twins playing as together right now? Swapping back for Vampires, Fluke out, back for Stone. I think Stone just need a bit of a later start than Fluke. Maybe the day is a bit too early for him because how he just stretched himself is just yawn. I feel like just maybe he's having a bit of a longer rest than usual. But speaking of this team now, Team Secret, they are in a trench. It's so hard for them to get out. And Min's actually playing this one. Wow. This is interesting as well. Yuhan, the first time we're not looking at him play. Instead of putting Liquid, there's GenForce in there as well. So this is going to be the lineup that we've never seen before, I think, so far in PMSL. It's going to be Ryzen, Sata, I think it's going to be Liquid, and GenForce we're playing. He's back. Oppa Omstyle is here. Yep, we see that pink hair is in. You know for a fact they're taking this seriously when Armstar is in the lineup. I do know for a fact that I feel personally Bacon, they are way stronger with Armstar in there. And we do have Crazy out with Pumbit this time. But this is Boom, right? I'm like, what else to say about Boom? Oh wow, you're planning on buying a new one, huh? Yeah, but that's why I stopped. The moment I realized I start to get in, I'm gonna stop. But we do have Putra now. A lot of teams having the swap after breaking their fast. I mean, like the Thai don't really fast, but they're doing the swap anyway. But speaking of the second half here, it feels like the long break really kind of changed so much for the teams in terms of their approach, in terms of their dynamics. Definitely they have different idea when it comes to the first half and the second half of the day. Well, at least Snipes and Damn Good is actually talking. The rest of them, I think, probably exhausted. Probably just having a bit of a blood sugar crush. But boom. This is a very mystery team. The most lineup, the most players in one team is going to be Boom as well. But so far, we haven't seen any lineup that feels a bit more consistent. Yeah. I think there's a reason for it. One of the many, maybe they are trying to go as a pair after this into 2-2 split formation, and it's easier to have your pair sitting next to you instead. Because I've seen that before in the offlines, like some players swap their seats here for that reason. So that it's easier for them to see on each other's screen next to each other, and it's easier for them to do any comms. Yeah. Mm-hmm. It sounds very Asian. Okay. Okay, BTR. Head gears up. We do know when they putting everything up, giving themselves a 5 and having the chairs going, that's going to be the lobby is up and running. So are we landing on a very nice circle or a very ugly flight path, starting off with it, ending and just finish off with a beautiful ending of a circle? Team Secret, I'm looking for them. It's just nobody actually put Team Secret on their radar anymore these days. Even the first one. Yeah, the first one. The first one was legendary, yeah. But then they coming in on the second legendary team. I think I was strong too with Mott Toy coming in with Yuhai. That's where the birth of Yuhai happens, right? Burning out is one of the many reasons, and these players need a break sometimes. It's best to actually step out and just look out as a third party and just take a moment to just see the full picture of it. I think that's one of the biggest important thing, that as a esports person or player or anybody individual that involved in esports need to take a bit of a break, because this is a mental game. It strains so much on your mental strength, and these guys, they're so young, they have to be matured so fast, and they have to adapt and bounce back within a short amount of time. We're talking about no downtime here, but are you guys ready for us to start our second half of the day, heading into our last wrangle? Let's go. Week 2 PMSL in day number 1. rude. It's a beautiful flight path, splitting the mountain to north, east, and southwest. For now, from Sonovska, around Sonovska, around Novorobnoye, up to the side of Zaki. We never have Zaki Circle. If that happens, I'm gonna, you know what? I've had enough of Korea and PUBG Mobile. If that happens, I'm just gonna quit. Yeah, I'm not just gonna go out the door. I'm gonna go out the building, go out everywhere else in the street, even. But yeah. But hey, so far we haven't seen DX trying to. But wait, DX is taking back Pachinki and Bacon Time. Are we having another scuffle, another brawl between these two teams? No. I feel like. Why not? Why not again? Give it another week round. Why not? They are doing that. Bacon Time. And nothing else. Just vehicles. DX is just across them. I'm still waiting for Bacon Time in DX, honestly. I feel they will clash. DX, like you mentioned, it's all about the hormone talking, right? It's all about the ego in the way. And they do have a big ego too. I mean, DX definitely want to prove, you know what, we're back for week 2 for that, our hometown of Pachinki here. But the funny thing is, only going to be one team the best of the best in South Asia, because by the end of the playoff, we get to know who will be. Okay, that's going to be it. But also, speaking of the side of the teams, I think I know for a fact because of the trailer we saw before we start the day, right? Where I think the Thai was saying, some players saying, their region is not as harsh as ours. So that's literally the direct translation of PMPRMY in Indonesia is not keras. I think it means exactly that. Like, your region is not as harsh as ours. Like, if you put us in your region, we get number 1. How would you say that, Cloud? Yeah, I mean, like, if you want to prove a region is stronger than the other, there's a pride of a region, then might as well just show it on the board instead of just all words and empty promises, right? So far, it's a lot of empty promises, yet we're waiting if there's anybody going to challenge the tie. But definitely Geek having a bit of an advantage, a bit of a heads up. That's going to be like, what, 3 points out in advance of FaZe. But the gap is just too tiny right now. The margin is not that big yet. I worry for TS, honestly speaking. Like, GE have been really having a tough time week 1, but they bounced back. You see, they are getting themselves in the middle bracket in week 2, day 1. They were really in worst possible case when it comes to day 1, week 1, right? But you compare how they bring themselves forward this time. They improve so much. TS on the other end they are in a miserable place right now, very dark places. We're talking about them getting worse performance than last week. Yeah, I'm gonna be harsh out there. I'm gonna be straight up front with you guys. Like, if you say this today is the first day in week 2, it just shows that it's already in week 2. And if you didn't do well in week 1, that's the more reason for these guys to push straight upwards when it comes with their points in day 1. It's supposed to be that way. That's what's been delivered by the sort of Geek, Procedure, example, DX even. DX were quiet in week 1. Yeah, it kind of balanced out the skill, right? Where week 1 and week 2 totally different teams. The first page being dropped to second page, and second page push up to the first page. But the problem is, some of the second page right now are still at the second page, and the first page players and teams are still up there. We're talking about Hill Face. These guys just so hard to see them making big mistakes here. They always make minor error, yes, but not as big that being too impactful or bringing down the entire team. Now, their worst placement, yeah, they got a 0. They are totally got a 0, but it's so rare. It's such a rare scene. Yep, but the circle shifted again. This is why a lot of players are kind of having those moments of second thoughts. You know, for everybody kind of focus onto the side of Rostock at first. And the circle happened to be shifted to the southwest of the map. Imagine Gatka is so vacant. Now, Kick, if they can make it in on time and they make it on top of the Gatka field, can get a couple of small compounds. Those shacks will work such a perfect covers for them for now. But there are teams that are coming in very late. TS, Team Secret, the team that we've been highlighted a lot today. What happened to them? They know for a fact they're not really on their peak performance. They're hardly getting themselves into a good momentum. Now they try to take things as slow as possible, one step at a time. Getting on one, a bit of exchange. Both Malaysian teams in a scuffle. Caught themselves in a pickle with Blue Zone getting into it. We're talking about second phase here, Cloud. It will be so painful even as a start. Box taking a procedure. TS boy having exchange with Kick. Mika on the ground. Box returning fire to the side of procedure again. Lynx, I'm not sure if it's being finished off, still knocked down, but damn good. Can he make the play? Mika was one of the top performer last map. Right now, straight away into the lobby. boy. But time is not on their side here. Lucky enough, they got first aid that a boy. Can he actually flee from here? A sort of Gig, on the other hand, leaving with only 2. That's going to be starting off handicap. Gig slate. Very heavy toll with those skirmishes. The Axe, on the other hand. It's funny how the same country have the same mindset of rotation. Every single time. Vietnam versus Vietnam. Malaysia versus Malaysian. And always the one in the center in the end of the day is going to be the Thais. Got Commandos taken over by the side of GE, splitting into 2-2, but it's going to be widespread between themselves. But the one that's coming out from the south, from the north, only one person of BTR at the back line, which is going to be backstabbing GE, trying to take away those Got Commandos. Whoever got themselves a Got Commandos, it's going to be GE right now. It's going to be perfect, absolutely perfect for them to get those kills. Hill trying to force it again. It's going to be 3-way war for now. Sky spotted out SLD. But SLD don't want to waste any more time. They will build this one out. It's not worth fighting this early on. It's going to be on the stage 4. The Great Migrations. Here we go. It's going to happen now. With BTR now getting onto Got Compound. GE. They're letting people take away the compound. Liquid or Deuce right now. Visited by SLD. What a crispy spray! Liquid not wasting any of those bullets. Straight goes for the kill. Getting an execution on that as well. SLD were forced to make a U-turn just because of how forceful coming up from the high grounds of BTR. Now, GE, if only they were there, they definitely will be in the tray of the mix. Those who are getting those frags, but they're giving away the compound easily. Vampires get themselves squeezing into Got kind of last minute. SLD Origin from the Panther to Fire might as well just negate themselves, get a cool down for a bit because they were running away from BTR early on. If they actually pull themselves over on this side of Gatka, it's gonna be Vampires next. Wait for it. Now, I need you to check something for me. Is your vMix okay for the mic, though? Sorry, I have no time to check it out. Yeah. Supposedly, right? But there's no bar on my side. But okay, we're back to it. I'm gonna check it up things for a bit. I don't know. I'm like, I should check it for you, but the circle just shifted away. But I don't have any soundbar coming from your side. Just wish I can know. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And yeah, we'll talk for a bit, just in case I need to check. I feel like this is I don't know what happened. But I don't receive anything from your end, so I'm not sure if I'm like, guys, sorry for this, but we're gonna have a bit of a tech issue for now. But yeah, speaking of which, we're back into the game for Box Gaming. SLD Paragen will be spotted out by Levy. In the meantime, the other teams not in the circle, they're still hovering around. Got Commandos, Jimmy OP spotting out on Leo. Here comes Paragen kind of stuck in between. GE on the end taking a fight against Vampires.
Okay, hopefully it's okay right now.
Yeah, it's okay, it's good.
Oh, alright, it's all good. So if it's all good, it's good for us, but not good for GE as one of them has been naded down.
Back towards the side of Vampires, forcing to flush out from the hands of GE. GE, there's going to be Sam9 closing up from the back line. They'll be compressed multiple angles here. We talk about GE, if they don't want to move, they don't get the inside, it's going to be a bit of a problem for them. Hill trying to finish off three-way war. Hill, TS, and also another team. Oh my, Yidu Alliance is in the mix as well. DX and Boom on the other end. This is a five-way war.
I know, right? Look at the amount of teams around as our boy starts to move in onto Flash. But Flash is still alive though. DBS gameplay coming from our boy, but it's going to be Jumper at the forefront and Flash will go down.
I'm not done yet as a boy still holding on to his last breath here, but so many bullets going through that nade and an explosion. Oh boy. One more player of PS left. Make it 2 right now. 3 even. Onzen's got himself a great elimination, but Tiger pushing to the side of TS, smothering them with those nades and keep it going. Close enough to knock down on 2.
And you know what? Between Jumper and our boy, there might be a miscommunication there because our boy exploded the vehicle when Jumper was there. Jumper knocked down. That could open up opportunity for other teams. But speaking about other teams, right now we have Beacon Time at lower ground. FaZe Clan at this high ground on this abandoned church. Looks like it's going to be FaZe Clan having the advantage. But Hill, ooh, top 3 team out.
Touch. Vacant time, trying to flush it out. FaZe have to focus on 7-9. There's DX on the lurking corner. The eyes will be picked up by the side of Touch. I'm not sure if he'll pop any sort of smokes, but he prefer not to. He's just going to give away his position. Touch with the DBS more than ready, but couldn't hold it in. Bacon Time have to settle at 12 only this time. 13. Sorry for that.
Yeah, oh, and 12 is GE. Ooh, okay, not a good restart for them. No points at all this round. Just when we thought that, okay, it was okay for them. But right now we can see that Texas, not sure what happened, but he just naded down his own teammate, Pombit, somewhere else.
Possibly. Jimmy, DX, and DBD. It's always these 2 colors going against together, right? Boom, take it on a boy. Was that the last? Yeah, that was the last of Team Secret. Again, having a tough start there for the side of Team Secret.
Well, but at least they got 7 elimination points, at least. So that's going to be... It's better than the previous rounds, any of the previous rounds. But now it's going to be BTR. This time around, because they're outside the circle, they'll be pushed to move in, and looks like they choose to take a fight against Box Gaming.
Ryzen taking those elevations for the side of BTR. With this lineup this time, Sata, Liquid, Gen Force, and Ryzen. Yuhai's not playing. They got Come Mountain for the longest time. If only GE didn't give away this position, they might actually be still surviving. But what's done is done. For Box on the other end, they're willing to share with BTR.
Ooh, Box! But they're not willing to share with Procedure boss. A little bit of a long range. But now Box, will they go away? But they're in the position to kind of block BTR though. So BTR is on the outside. The zone will put pressure onto them. And we can see that Box Gaming, they are opening it up. Looks like they want to take this fight.
Yeah, Satan forcing it with a couple of nade toss around side of Box. Box splitting and just spreading out just to see if they can have any corners of a loose hole to just find themselves squeezed in. Trying to find those loose and loophole just to get this one opening of... Never mind, it's going to be Box going down to Satar's nades and they going in for the rush.
Oh, here we go. This could be an opening for BTR. Zunos is down. He needs help. Levy forced to retreat. We're only 20% of health. Again, BTR, they're not stopping. BTR right now, nade after nade after nade. The next one could land onto another member of box. Toss up by Deuce and Trispe. 50% health left by Junos. Taken out by Ryzen.
Ryzen BTR managed to hold their ground strong here, but they have to leave the moment the circle shrinks. But at the same time, they want to just gain as much kill, as much elimination as possible. Janforce forcing the push. One knockdown, they got the smoke. They will spot out Winnie. It's going to be last player coming up from Box Gaming. Tossing from down below to upwards is way difficult than what BTR will have actually to do. Winnie is best to just hop onto this vehicles and just leave. Right here, will it be a bit too late? Got stuck in the corner. That's it. Box Gaming at 8th place and make it 9. BTR holding strong.
Yeah, clean one from BTR. But it's not so clean for Tony K as he got knocked down. Vampire seems to be in trouble going up against Boom. They try to fight back, but one by one they've been gunned down. Pawnbit getting closer and closer. Stone is on the left, all alone.
Sign of Pawnbit spraying from the back line. It's gonna be Stone, and that's the Vampires. Oh boy, they really just put their words into action, Ziggler. Everybody making sure Vampires cannot even breathe.
Oh yeah, beautiful there by Boom. It's a nice push. They've got themselves 7 elimination points. Getting better this time around. Gigslate, however, only has 2 players, so the best they can do is that hang on for positioning points. BTR don't seem to be stopping yet. They probably got Precision Evos on their eyesight next.
BTR trying to split into 2 formation, coming out from the northern part and on the western side of the circle. But BTR, how do they approach this one? Do they go at the same time? Feels like the team comms are going on right now. Spot out Pasija players. Pasija Evos, Red Face will be the Riser's next target. Throning down, he sprays, but that Molly will pull him back. All the way back for a retreat for now. Red Face bought himself a bit more time.
Oh, that was so close there. Ryzen escape without a scratch, but oh, it's not a scratch. It's multiple gunshots onto Ryzen, and he goes down. Looks like Red Face is coming in onto Sata. Sata is not ready, just out for the vehicle. Red Face was ready for him.
Red Face need to reload that for a bit more, but at the same time, magazine's not that convincing. Not much ammunition working on his side. Face slowly pushing towards this slopes of a hill. It's a bit steep, it's a bit slippery, but they're gonna do it as a team. Coming up with 1 knockdown on Echo first. Mela making an entry. Going in with Onzes coming up from flank. What a flawless team comms from FaZe.
Beautiful by FaZe Clan, and they still maintain all the players. Playing by the edge of the circle. Stuxness, however, sees Boom. But because it's only him all alone, he's probably not going to pull the trigger. He's in the circle now, so might as well stay calm.
Stuxnet. He's stuck in a net right now, I'm not gonna lie. Living up to his name right now. Nowhere for him to pick out, but BTR eliminated next. FaZe with full squad. Same goes for Boom and Sam9. Kick, last remaining member. I'm not sure who that was and who it is. Is it gonna be damn good? Is it not? Pasija Evos got himself a 3. Now, never undermine the teams that are having the least member that is in their lineup, because they are the ones winning it, usually in this case.
Yeah, Pasija Evos, not too bad of a round for them, but we can see that the other teams also stepping it up, like FaZe Clan stepping it up, Boom stepping it up too. We haven't seen much action from 7-9 yet this round. They are in the middle of the circle, so and they have that compound too, so it's more of teams trying to challenge them for that compound.
Stuxnet spotted out Boom, Hexas right across him. Got himself trigger discipline. This is discipline we're talking about. He's just gonna, never mind, he's gonna toss the nade.
Okay.
Waiting for the right side. There's Sam9 on the other end. Blues are closing in. They don't have much time. Is the time that's just taking on to their health at the same time. Racing against it. Hexas, I guess, spotted by Stuxnet. But Stuxnet, he got that trigger discipline. Yeah, he's holding it in. Sam9 on the other hand, coming up from the west side of the circle. Coming up from the north. It's going to be coming up, I think, FaZe possibly. Yep, they got himself, not Pasija Evos. Sam9 going against Pasija and going straight into their lair.
Yeah, Sam9 playing by the edge of the circle, also by the edge of this compound, so it's the best play so far. But for Hexas and Stuxnet, ooh, it is going to be fun. And Stuxnet stands up, Stuxnet takes down Hexas, and he didn't know what hit him.
Stuxnet pushing again forward. Found himself one solo army coming up from Gigslate. Make so much plays by himself. slowly being the ripple for the bigger effect. But the Blue Zone is not saying yes to that. As Stuxnet struggling to just stay alive right now. He have to think about his survival instead of those eliminations. Luxy taking out on Putra for Sam9. They're having a bit of exchange of fire. Is this gonna be FaZe winning? Nobody giving them enough attention right now.
Yeah, because they're playing by this ledge, so it's hard to actually see exactly where FaZe is at. And plus, they are still a full squad, so they have multiple angles that they can cover. But Ben Torres, he knows that Zuxi is there on the other side. Doesn't have a clear shot, so he's not going to take it yet. Plus, most teams are on the left, so for FaZe Clan, they are clear.
Too clear from this point of view. Even the terrain itself having a bit of those hills in between. It's just so hard for them and the other side of the team to see each other out. So FaZe, they can sit this quietly as long as they need to, because the circle's still being kind to them. But next one is going to be the last player of Gig, which is going to be the solo player just now. But still, at least he secures himself one more elimination before he goes down. But Sam9 spreading as a line. Boom, going for a 2-1 formation, making a triangle at this point. With Pasija taking on different sides of the corner entirely. Now, the ones fighting against each other is going to be Boom, Sam9, Pasija. FaZe is just waiting for the right time to be the housekeeping team.
Yeah, but maybe the time will come a little bit faster because they thought the circle is a little bit on the left, whereby Sam9, Boom, as well as Pasija is there. But right now we can see that I think that Boom is in a better position, or in the best position right now. But let's see, as Red Face has his nade, he'll definitely toss it on Sam9. Sam9 is not focusing onto Pasija that much. They're splitting up, but Adib's naded up by Red Face. This is the opening time.
That was perfect. Nate at the corner as well. Another one dropped by Pasija. Goodness me, Pasija, Evos. What is going on? They started with, they start this war as a tree. I did mention about don't ever look down on players or teams having least amount of members, and they are doing such a stellar performance. What a phenomenal toss by these guys. And Zassi might just gonna throw another one for the volley. No. Wow, Mormon down on his knees. 1-to-1 trade with FaZe and Pasija.
Okay, here we go. But FaZe Clan, do they have enough time because they're on the outside and look at the zone? Will put pressure to Onsen. Mormon may not have that space. But let's see. Oh, he could crawl into the zone. If he can do that, he could be picked up.
But it's still all about timing, really. Is it worth picking up here? And Zuxi being finished off by Onzers, just securing one more elimination. Coming up from FaZe, they got 10 in the back, Cloud. 10 double digit. There's still 3 teams for them to pry on still.
Moments comes to the zone. Can't do much about that, but now Sam9 going up against Boom Esports as Red Face takes down one from Sam9 for the side. And Boom, we have Yummy with his nade. Yummy going to toss it out to the high ground, and that's it. He managed to take down that, so that's going to be a steal away from Pasija.
Pasija Evos slowly grinding their way up here with FaZe still having a 3. It's going to be fair fight for this, guys. Pasija having a 2, Boom having a 3, but Pombik spotted out one more for Sam9, leaving only one player left for Sam9. Victoria spotted out Yummy just now, wants to take it a go, but at the same time, Yummy just so witty, he got himself those vehicles moving and pushing forward. Putra cornered, the Blue Zone closing in, there's another Boom player coming out on the other end. Yummy just knows the perfect angle, here's time to toss. Close enough, getting on that Sam9 player and finish off by Pasija from afar.
Ooh, FaZe Clan and the high ground spray coming up from Onsen. Still not able to secure the elimination point, but that's okay. At least he's on the clear. Victorious put the focus on the Boom. Red Face is still alive. Look at the open, but Red Face. Nice knockdown onto Torres. 2 more to go.
1 for Pasija Evos, but at the same time, how much did they secure for themselves?
Yo!
It's 11 and it's gonna be more. But at the same time, Boom taking on Pasija, down to only 2 teams there, possibly. Yummy taking on FaZe. Onsen, but he's straight away proning down. Here comes the rush coming from Yummy, with only 1 tree in between. Yummy cooking up the nade, hoping to toss around, but Boom! But how? Boom won that fight!
Oh, yeah. Who needs that nade, right? At the end of the day, it is Boom Esports. Winner, chicken dinner. Nicely done. I really like the way how they fought in this round. They were fighters in this round. Man, they took out Team Secret, and then they were in an open position as well, but they managed to fight their way through. They managed to defend themselves, and what a round it is for Boom.
Phenomenal round, I agree. We're talking about all the teams they so proactively trying to gain eliminations, trying to get those numbers up, and they are pushing themselves to the limit. Pombet, he just swapped in just now, if I'm not mistaken, for today. Already got himself as MVP for this map. 600 over damage, that tally up perfectly nicely well with 5 eliminations. It's so hard to see these numbers going as balanced as it is.
Yeah, for once it's not Yummy, so this time it's going to be Ponbit. Kima had his highlight as well, but look at this, everything is onto him. The least damage taken, the most damage given, most eliminations, and well, knockouts is pretty much the same with Kima and the Hexas, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's all about the points collected. So just looking at these numbers, it's going to be 12 eliminations for Boom Esports. With that chicken dinner, they'll get themselves 22 points. Boom. Wow, they are booming today.
Oh, wow. And the numbers don't lie, they really don't. Face, on the other hand, this tally up with their eliminations. I think they got themselves the most eliminations when it comes to this round coming up from Face with 26 hand grenade, 36 smokes with 6 mollies. I mean, the last time we saw before they went down, there was like, what, 11 eliminations just by this team only. And they're working as a full. We're talking about Face getting themselves so strong till the last minute as a full roasted, but Boom managed to outplay that one. Now that's a big win for Boom.
Yeah, it is. It is a good one there for Boom. And it's nice to see that they got the chicken dinner early. If last week we had to wait like what, till the midweek at least for one chicken dinner, and then they kind of went cold for a while before another chicken dinner. So it's nice to see they started off in day one, and I just hope they don't go cold after this. But so far, Boom looking good.
Looking great. Amazing place. I mean, like, they have been bulldozing a lot of teams out there. They have been trying to take their initiation of different approach entirely compared to week number 1. They have been quiet, not so quiet, but not too loud either. If we compare week 2, now coming up very strong. They're a bit more braver, they're a bit more bold when it comes to making those choices and just pushing themselves out there to get those eliminations. They were running down on YouTube. If you look at Pompit, he doesn't have any other thing. He don't even have first aid. He doesn't even have any mollies. He doesn't even have hand grenades just now.
Yeah, who needs all that when you have sharpshooting skills like Ponbit, right? And you have your teammates, of course, to back you up. But it was just interesting to see that the Geek Slate actually took down one of them. So they kind of played the final few moments as a trio, but they still managed to get the chicken dinner. Still gotta give it to them.
I mean, like, he shot through those 3. He doesn't have those hand grenades. We thought it's going to be FaZe. With them themselves, got not much attention at first, but they still scores more. Same goes for elimination with the side of FaZe. These two teams were dominating when it comes to this map.
Oh, I also want to point out that it's still no rank points for Team Secret. So the only team still without any rank points at all. But at least this time, they got 7 elimination points. 2 of them was from Geek Slate during the early fight. So a point's a point, right, at the end of the day. So if they can still gather this amount of points, well, of course, there's more expectation for Team Secret being such a big brand, but it's at least, if you draw a chart, it's progress for them.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. They tried to slow play. They tried to, you know what, downplay for a bit when it comes to aggression. It didn't work out for them. They want to go for the ranks, but they just couldn't secure these positions right. They need to force something out there, and this is one of the plays they actually perform way better than the rest for the entire day. But not much of a change when it comes to 15 to 20 plays. There are still 4 teams not playing, but number 1. Wow, this is going to be interesting. If top 3, make it even the top 5. Might having a bit of a swap here and there the entire day here.
But you know what's kind of sad for me? GE went down to page 2. Come on, GE. Come on, wildcard representatives. You know, gotta get back up there.
I mean, like, at least this is way better when they're starting off the entire 3 days of first week at 20th place. Still way better than that.
Yeah, true enough. It took them like, what, 2 days to get above the single-digit mark. So, yeah, I mean, definitely progress for them. But for Red Face and Onsen this time, they will be the highlight hit-to-hits. So it's interesting to see that it's Onsen. I mean, not because it's Onsen, but normally we will see like Tony K, or someone else, right? But it's nice to see like Onzen, one of the new, not so new players, to be up there. So it's great, and not overly dependent only on Mela, right? Because a lot of talk was on Mela before this. So it's nice to see Onzen coming back to the fray and still being up there.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact is Onzen's actually taking those spots, because we've seen such a big wave coming up from Onzen swapping with MR5. I mean, like, not taking any credit for MR5, but it's just, it feels he gels well with the team and working out quite right when it comes to FaZe Clan, when it comes to week number 2 here. But we're speaking of the top Mirama performance, which will be heading into our next map later. We don't have Void, okay? For today, we don't have Void, so you just look at the 2nd till the 4th place.
Yeah, this was based on last week's top Mirama performance. So to be fair, right? So Void isn't playing what you say. Sem9 today, just okay, and okay is not too bad sometimes, right? As long as you find the level of stability. FaZe Clan, obviously, they're doing very well. Vampires, however, haven't really shined like how they did last week.
Well, when you heard those interviews, a lot of teams are eyeing out to a side Vampires. Do you think they have any sort of a space to actually get out just to find those kills? I don't think so.
Yeah, I know, right? That's the thing about being the top teams, right? You'll be like, how do we take them down? And that's always the common conversation among the teams. So, I mean, it's well, again, I always say this, right? If you want to be the best, you got to beat the rest, and if you want to be the best up there, you got to be prepared to defend your number 1 spot. So, Vampires, this is their challenge. I don't expect to see them at the bottom 4 at the end of the day, but you, as a team like that, you want to be the team that collects as many bonus points as possible for the grand finals.
Yeah, that's true. It's easier said than done. That's why we're sitting here talking, complain about it, and the players are gonna do the action instead for us. But yeah, we do know for a fact it's gonna be. You know what? When it comes to skill-wise, when it comes to individual level, everybody is actually on the same part. I'm not gonna lie about that, but it's down to the players. When it comes to having those mental breakdown, how do they bounce back? How do they work through their entire week here without getting exhausted? No, very limited amount of downtime except for that 1 hour break in between first and second half, and also have to play 5 days straight. Make it 4 for each of the team, right? If you're the team actually that have to play all 4 days straight, that's exhausting, that's daunting. But at the same time, if you have a very good momentum, keep it going. But there are teams that only have 1 day that not been played, including today. The teams which are going to avoid not starting off playing today. If they make mistake in the next 4 days, it's so hard for them to come back.
Well, at least this week, they're definitely going to play the last day. So yeah, so that's like the difference of like, okay, at least we will still play the last day no matter what, and we have a chance to change our destiny when it matters on the last day. So, but you know what? Like a team like Void, I know we'll talk about them a little bit more tomorrow, but in my mind, it's just that they are newcomers in the Southeast Asia scene, and if we saw like in country leagues, there are a number of newcomers that do really, really well on week 1. But when it comes to week 2, they start to like slow down because, you know, it's fatigue. You're not used to a league format like this at a very top level. So that will be the biggest challenge for Void, I would say, week 2 onwards.
And the pressure hitting them, how they handle it, that's going to be the veterans that actually have more experience. Experience do teach you in some ways that you cannot even comprehend sometimes. It teaches you by time, and time is something that the newcomers don't really have because they're fresh, they're new. But if they can actually pull it off, I have to say, even Void, you mentioned about them being very fresh and very new in the Southeast Asia Pro League, but they cope it very well so far. We haven't seen their 2nd and 3rd week performance. Now, these guys, sometimes they know long enough. Those that actually played long enough know for a fact, you know what? Don't put too much of your energy when it comes to first week, because you might need to reserve it later for 2nd and 3rd week. And this is what we're witnessing right now when it comes to 2nd week.
Yeah. I totally understand the fatigue of when it comes to week 2 and week 3 is crazy. It's insane, and it's not only for the players, right? It's also shouting out to all the coaches, managers, analysts who work hard behind the scenes. I think they don't get enough mention, but these guys, they work hard as well. And sometimes the players get to sleep, but the coaches don't, because they still be like, what do we do next day? You know, putting up all the data, looking at all the maps, looking at all the movements from the teams, and just trying to think of ways. And then the next day is just to prep the team for what's going to come. So yeah, so I do want to shout out to them as well. And I do understand that week 2, week 3 is also fatigue for them. And if you go like 2-3 weeks without sleeping, it's going to take a toll on you.
Yeah, speaking of sleeping, well, I noticed when we had that interview with Kixley before, which was Snipes, his dark eye, his eye bag was really, really show how exhausted they were in the entire league. But this is the good part when it comes to like Boom. They have extra players. They can rest in between matches, so it's not too exhausting. But it's still going to be tiring for some, including the twins. So everybody, you know what? We're just going to reserve our energy for our remaining Miramar map. Maybe they are actually reviewing their roster, maybe yesterday's rotation, to remind themselves in the last minute not to do this anymore for today.
Yeah, probably. And it does make sense because after this we'll be swapping maps, right? So I'm sure they will have like this sort of like, okay, let's forget about Erangel. Let's just look forward to Miramar, and plus this is a new group setting. So what will you expect? Where people will drop and all that. So it's kind of like pre-planning ahead. And I'm sure they had that during the break. Some of them may be like sitting down here just, and they already had a conversation before we switch to the player cam, and right now they're just digesting on like, okay, where's where, what's what. Some of them may have conversations, so this is pretty common actually, especially if like you really need to remind each other like, okay, here's here, there's there, what not to do, what we should do. So yeah, that's how we can see, we can kind of like imagine the conversations happening. But okay, as usual.
Oh wow, this time it's double down.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
I mean, like, okay, Boom, you beat the odds. You are the record holder for the most swappable players coming in from Boom. I mean, even we ask the players, right? Even the players start to have a big question mark in their heads, like, why is this? How do these guys cope? How do you keep on changing your dynamic every single map? Every single map, Cloud.
Yeah, I think it's easier to count what maps do they not change, in which, now that I think about it, I don't really know if there's any. I think it's almost every round, or maybe every round even, that they do a swap. So again, you know, this is the kind of questions that I do hope that we will be able to get to ask, like either the players or the managers or the coaches in the future for Boom. I am really, really curious on why they do that and what's their thought process behind it.
We never get the interviews, right, coming up from Boom. Not even once, right, so far.
Not yet.
Okay, we're gonna have to wait and see. I do wish we can actually have some Boom interviews, just 2 hours. If we get the coach, just the perfect one. So I'm like DPD.
Ziggs.
Yep.
Yeah,
I'm alive. I'm alive. I'm still here. Hello, guys. Just happened to be at the wrong time and you guys panning out the camera to me. But okay, DBD, they're still in the middle bracket. We're talking about this team. They do have their skirmishes here and there, but it's sometimes a bit too reckless, honestly speaking. They're just taking the fight too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell, right? Like, what should DBD switch strategically inside the game? I guess it's just like what you say, right? Probably that. Yeah, I think probably that. That would be the best. Because you gotta think about it, like, they tend to lose fights. So maybe it's all about like rotating to areas or taking checkpoints that they are more comfortable with. So it's something that we really need to take time to digest. It doesn't help that DBD always gets eliminated early, so we don't get to see that much of them. But when we see them, it's like, they're always in a very tough position.
For me personally, DBD always caught themselves in a crossfire. We're talking about not just 2 teams. They always caught themselves in between 4 teams out there. Then what happens to Vampires too? I think like there are changes of second checkpoint and third and fourth stages of circle rotation, so on, that causing the players and teams quite hard to read out what to predict in the future, what to predict in the next step, what to go, like where to go for the next one, because they happen to be clashing the team to be unexpected. Like how Vampires happen to be in the crossfire. You saw in the last wrinkle, 5-6 teams in the same sort of compound, Cloud. That's rare.
Yeah, it's always like left and right as well for them, even if they're like in those hill areas or in those open positions. So it's always very tough situation for DBD. So I guess it's more of like what you say. I totally agree. Maybe just looking at the in-game stuff, putting aside like any outer factors, it's all about like picking the right position for them. And if I were to add on, probably it's also like to clear that sites quickly. Before like other teams come in and it becomes overly crowded at where they are. But then again, that's what we kind of observe inside the game. We're going to continue to observe that because we're going to jump into a very different map after this. And it's going to be Miramar. So ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Miramar week number 2.
Down to 2 more maps for day number 1 in week 2. Match 5 over 6 of all of them. Ended up with another Miramar map later on. But we do have La Corberia flight down towards the outskirts of Puerto Paraíso or the southern side of Los Leones. Now, I have a feeling there might be some teams that decided, you know what, we really need to take it slow. Maybe there are some who dropping around Los Higos or Minas del Sol if needed. I saw down to the circle. We have seen a lot of Los Leones circle, Minas Generales, Hacienda de Patron with abundance of it, Montenegro once, Impala, and around Junkyard we've seen it maybe once or twice. Nowhere near Los Higos yet.
I'm keeping my eye on to San Martin. Seems to be 2 teams flying there. But like what you say, right? I think for Miramar it's also like a 50-50. Like some of them are tough circles or they're okay circles. We've seen a number of Los Leones, like what you say. I just hope that it doesn't go inside Los Leones. If not, we're going to see a staring contest at some point. But because we have like GE, Udo Alliance in this round, so Los Leones will have at least like 2 teams in it. But it's going to be a decent circle for now, centered around El Pozo. High grounds is definitely going to be a thing this time.
I feel like we might ended up on top of La Drilera. I think we've had that last week, somewhere around in the middle of a week, if I'm not mistaken. So there might be some teams coming up from Chumacero or try to get those kills or eliminations from the high grounds of Chumacero. That's going to be a vintage point. It's a prime spot for those who want to get themselves those numbers up. But GE have to be sharing a smile. Oh, he's landing this very slow. Adib's already got himself in the compound. Well, he's going to share this with Sem9 or Dips. I'm not sure where are the rest of Sem9 though.
Ooh, we got a glimpse. But I think in Los Leones, probably. But they left Adip alone. So Adip in his compound against GE. Ooh, 3 from GE. They are ready to take this fight. Plus they've looted up. Adip's early shots there with the UMP. He has decent amount of bullets but no extended mag. Oh, it's going to be a tough fight for him to clutch without an extended mag. He has a Thompson though, so that could probably help.
I think he's well geared if you compare with GE, who land themselves way later than that Dips. Got himself a level 3 Vavs, level 2 helmet, but no utilities that much. So it's gonna be a problem if they rush in together. So Adip, you have to be extra careful. They tried to compress 2 ways in here. Adip's trying to hold his corners right. Got a shot from behind, going on the 2nd floor. But here comes the rush. They are down really low when it comes to those pistols. They don't have any bullets either, Cloud.
Okay, stun grenade. There you go. But it will not land. So Adip is here. Oh, 2! Back to back. Oh man. But they didn't do the 3rd rush. They didn't anticipate that he's using a UMP 25 bullets. If only they did the 3rd rush, he could probably have gotten it. So the rest of Sem9 has arrived. Zai is in trouble.
Be a full gear in for Sem9. GE, they didn't have time. They did not have the time. They did not have the compound. This compound is just too much for the entire team to loot up. We're talking about maybe the most, it's going to be 2 players, not even a team. I can see this one coming from GE because they forced a fight with pistols. And I saw one of the, maybe 2 pistols out of ammunition going red, nothing else to reload on it. There's no way you can go up there, right?
Because they had 3 players, right? And if you kind of anticipate that, okay, UMP, no extended mag, 25 bullets, 2 down. I would have think that the third player might as well just go for it. Like, you just YOLO. Since you already did it, right? You might as well. But I don't know. Maybe sometimes it's about confidence level because GE don't really win their close quarters combat fights. Maybe that's why the confidence level is a little bit low. So that kind of cost them there.
And not just that, the flight of stairs plays such a big part. It's just going to be one way in and out for the guys who want to push into the side of 7-9 Adibs just now. So it was a perfect angle for Adibs to shoot it down. He got himself quite well equipped, and that's going to be GE. The moment we talked about them, we praised them, that's where it's going to be their downfall.
And, you know, as much as I hate it, I don't know, is it the caster's curse? But oh man, for GE. I hope it's not like, yeah, good start, and then it just goes all the way down, and then we see them back at number 20 like last week. Because they showed so much potential the first half today.
Honestly speaking, I have to agree with the fact that GE cannot hold CQC fights.
Yeah.
They cannot go for the brawls. They have to keep the distance no matter what. Right? In Asia, we say die, keep the distance up to this point.
You know what? It reminds me of Aerowolf Limax back in the day.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. The way they play is that they don't take all this. They don't really take all these fights. They're like camping all the way, but it brought them to the next level, to the next stage. They got like what, 2nd place or 3rd place that time, and it's great, right? If you're able to do that just by evading as many fights as possible, and if it works for the fight. But of course, to be fair, that's a different point format. This time around, it's a different point format. But if they're able to pull that out, even with this format, they will at least see the grand finals.
It's tough to say that. Is it applicable to play as just quiet as you can be? Well, the 5 points difference of the chicken dinner and the point segregation between the last place is just too little now, Cloud. I mean, like, at least you will not go empty-handed through, but to maintain in the top 5 for that, even maybe you can maintain top 10, maybe that's doable if you're aiming for the top 10 and getting into the grand finals. But if you want to win for the championship, it's just really difficult.
Yeah, fair debate. Winning the championship, definitely not. But I think if you put in the goal of like, okay, top 16, grand finals, we're happy with that, then I think it's doable. But now that we are already in week 2, then it becomes a big question mark, of course. Because week 1 they were at number 20, so they have to do a lot of catch up this week and next week.
Speaking of catching up, it's gonna be Onzens parking it nicely in the warehouse, even make a reverse out of it. And while the rest of FaZe trying to get in this checkpoint for themselves on top of this warehouse, they're trying to figure out what to do and where to go next. DX are passing by another team. They're just passing through this road and taking a long cruise on the street. I do have a monster truck, which I'm not a big fan of. Maybe you guys are, but Sky on the side of hill spotted out one of the players coming out from SLD. Chuan G on the lower ground, but it's just so hard to play with the corners here. I think there's going to be a really tough mountain for them to see what's happening down there.
And I think by this timing, he kind of realized that it's likely to have someone up there. He probably heard the footsteps maybe, so that's why he's turning around. And it's not worth it for him to like climb up all alone to fight, because when he climb up halfway, his opponent can see him, he can get shot down, so it's going to be a free elimination for his opponent. So that's why it's like, okay, scout, probably heard a footstep, and that's it. Turn back around, give info, job done.
For GenForce, job's not done here. He eyeing up for 3 box gaming players. Now, do he just relay this intel, or he just gonna make a move by himself and start to take action into hands? GenForce definitely will spray, giving away his position. That's a risky bold move here. Bold and brazen coming up from GenForce. If they decided for box gaming to rush into his lair, or maybe that's just a setup coming up from GenForce, trying to bait them out to walk into their death trap. Because if you look at how the rest of the players are placing themselves for BTR, they're quite separated. It's going to be Montenegro circle this time. And it's between the four. You know for a fact, Cloud, Montenegro has so many streets, there's so many mountains, there's so many open space, nowhere to hide.
Yeah, and Miramar has very little bushes, so they have to play by the slopes. That's their best bet. But I really like what Box was doing. I noticed them on the way left, so they're taking that very, very safe rotation route. So that's okay. SLD, can you get one on the Tiger? It's one shot left on the Tiger.
Vampire gonna steal the way. There you go.
Thank you, they say.
From the pen to the vampires. Oh man, Vampire just waiting at the end just to have a bit of a crunch in it and just get the tastiness of those points for now. SLD devastated by that still. But for the side of the other team, still have 15 teams intact. Geek Fam is taking things slow. Same goes for Sun 9 here. Placing himself in the blue zone.
Yeah, they are taking their time, interestingly. But like the theory that you say, right? Like based on region, they would have their some things are similar patterns. So it looks like we do see that with 7-9 and Geek Slate now. I wonder where they're gonna land. Geek Slate, they normally drop in the areas of Impala, so it's a long rotation for them. It's understandable. 7-9 coming from down south as well. So I guess in that sense, it's kind of similar too. But because the circle is kind of tucked in on the left, right? So we can expect that like on the right side of the circle, there may be more teams waiting for it.
But for the ties, well, I do mention about them loving the center of the circle so much. So we do see FaZe Hill and Vampires get themselves this high ground on top of this Monte Nuevo right now. SLD, they are very separated, but they got quite a nice view for those who actually got themselves a watchman on the upside. But Gen Force taking on Red FaZe, as always. When it comes to the same country, they know each other so much, they're fighting against each other. But we do have Box Gaming sharing to the side of Procedure Evos. Now, Procedure Evos, if they're tunneling their vision to the side of BTR, Gen Force on top of that mountain, they might just being knocked down from afar by Box Gaming.
Yeah, so gotta be careful there. Plus, Box Gaming, they are one of the bottom teams, so they will be looking for points, definitely to climb up. But it's going to be A-OK right now in the middle. Like what you say, the 3 Thai teams next to each other. Man, this sounds like the region theory, like you say.
Exactly as it is. These guys, like, they are on the same page when it comes to how they want to approach certain circles, certain maps. And if you look at all the ties in the center, no doubt about that. But it's going to be always at the rim of the circle during this time. It's going to be mostly the Indonesian teams. And when it comes to the outer circle, mostly coming in right now, just getting into it, it's going to be Malaysian. They are coming in very late compared to the other regions. Now, the Vampires trying to bait out sort of attention or just returning fire on the other end. It's going to be Bacon time against FaZe, but here comes Bacon time going towards the 2 formation of this 2-2 from FaZe. Mormon clutch it out still, even though they're working as a duo. Bacon time split themselves into half as well. It's going to be 2-2 against 2-2 of FaZe and Bacon time.
It was fast movement there from FaZe Clan to defend their ground. Bacon time couldn't withstand that. 3-touch shot from Onsens. Where did he come from? He came from the other building. Long-range support from Onsen himself.
Mormon healing himself up before having another go. He knows for a fact there's a wall in between that's separating them and the rest of Bacon team. But Hale coming up to the side of Vintorius. Vintorius, he has so much work to deal with the entirety of Hale by himself.
At least Hale is one man down, so better percentage, better ratio for him to deal with. But right now, because they're all in the circle, right? So maybe they won't really move. Like, they won't force that fight until the next phase of the circle. Then we see how Procedure Evos arriving from the top. Great rotation for them. Because if they rotate like from the right into the circle, we saw how many teams are in there. And the fact that Procedure Evos, they kind of anticipated that. They moved from the top. But for BTR, they're ready to take this one.
But Gen Force making it so tough for the side of Box here. A lot of trust being put inside of Gen Force to clutch this for the entirety of Box Gaming, because Liquid and Ryzen will force to the front line, but they're having a tough time to have those positioned on the side of Box Gaming, but still land one. Satar got clear view. He got one on the down. He might actually close in with another. With the nade being prepped out, Liquid will toss another right on top of this smoke.
Here we go, but the nade will not hit. So right now, they still survive though, still being revived. But how long can they stand? Because right now, the moment they move out of this area, they'll be shot down by BTR. Boss Gaming, the rest of them, the best they could do is just give cover fire support. But they need to be ready to trade it back. If not, BTR definitely can shoot them down.
Ryzen. BTR, can they close things up here? They are trying to wrap around the corners, but Fox smart enough to place another 2 players. There's support fire. The back line way too far back across that street. And Liquid just kind of confused whether to focus on what's in front or just get into the circle, because the circle happened to be shifting here right on top of the fork of Montenuevo. Look at this, Cloud. Is it going to be right on top of that fork? If it is, it's going to be a tough one. It's an open street, an open field, a flat plane at that. Not much of mountain to be played, except for where DBD and Sam9 stands. Kickslate coming up from that side as well. Interestingly enough, all 3 teams come from the southern part. It's going to be the Malaysian teams.
Totally agree. If the circle happened to be at the crossroad, it's going to be super tough. Like, imagine it's like divided like by 4. Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy for any team. But it looks like it's good, starting to be crazy for FaZe Clan as Hale is going in and Sky only defending his ground.
Comes the rush. Is it going to be a fair one for FaZe? On his last stick of Hell with the DBS. Ring around the Rosie he goes with Hell player, still full HP. No way, Gatslow is just getting that one all by himself. Hale, you said they want to stay quiet. The moment the circle pops, that's where they want to wrap things around. Hale winning those fight against FaZe, and FaZe bowing out against. It's always going to take a tie team to finish off another tie.
Oh, and it's BTR having the circle advantage against Box Gaming, but Box Gaming managed to send 1 player to the other side. Now Trisme tries to give cover fire support for his team so that they can move in, but they got to do it fast. 1 player managed to cross the road, so at least that's progress for Box Gaming.
Chris may have to cut across the other teams. We're talking about 2 teams right across of them. Will gatekeep them very tight and very hard. BTR hanging up to the side of Box. They got those elevations. They got a lot to work out. But Boom on the other end, they got the compounds. They are spreading into 4 players, splitting into 1 building each. BTR taking the high grounds. Razy on the other end try to backstab them from behind. Yami spotted out plays from BTR. That's going to be the Rise. He's trying to get those pizza shot. It's going to be Deuce actually. Liquid trying to place himself in a better position on top of Montenegro. We have so many skirmishes around, but Liquid on the ground. Yummy spot him out. BTR have to fall back. Their back line are already down. They need to make a comeback from this loss.
Ooh, here we go. Boom is moving in. They want to take advantage of this. Look at that spread. They want to find as many BTR players as possible because they know that Deuce is currently down. Sata is coming in on the middle, but we spotted out. Now Sata, oh, Genforce knocked down onto Buku. There's going to be some progress for them as Genforce tries to get a second knockdown but can't secure it.
Sata holding such pivotal spot right now, making sure Boom cannot close in and finish off Liquid. Will be revived by Ryzen at the back line. Genforce coming up from the flank, but have to deal with Pombit on the other end. And Genforce spotted out one of Boo Boo Hoo player who actually Boom finished off straight away. 2 down, leaving only 2 remains. But at the same time, Razy returned fires and have to spot out those on top of him as well. They're just near on top of each other. Satar was placed his crosshair, but it's just so difficult with the angles.
Good thing Razy moved, but the nade by Razy, it does connect onto Ryzen. Satar move down a little bit. He's in the circle though. Nade onto Satar. It does sort of give a little bit of damage to him. But we can't wait to see the next circle. I believe it will move away from this mountain. That means it's going to be tough for either side.
But still, you have to give a lot of credit for Yummy right now. He got to place himself that grenade from down below upwards. That's a really tough one. But boom, here comes another nade from Yummy. It's gonna be a Yummy AV Eclipse. But Genforce dropping down alongside with Satar. But Yummy's still clutching. But Yummy might actually got the entirety of the BTR. But wait, down to only Ryzen's left. So much resources, so much plays for Yummy. He outplayed 3 of BTR players just now.
Oh yeah, beautiful there by Yummy. I mean, he is Yummy in his performance, that is. But Ryzen, now he's forced to go down. He has a vehicle though, so he can build. He can go the other way. But Yummy, is he interested? Okay, he loot up first. Let's see what he'll do. The time's not on either side because the zone will close in and they'll be one of the first few to actually feel the wrath of the blue.
Yummy breaking his back in this game. We talk about him carrying with those 3 eliminations by himself. Clutch the entirety against BTR, who've been stopping them from pushing forward. And now Ryzen cannot sit quietly and calm. He knows for a fact Yummy is nearby. The nade he tossed from this angle is just so difficult, but he managed to pull it off anyway! And close the entire BTR! Yummy is the bane of BTR and clutch it with a fashion.
Boom Esports, give this guy a raise, please. He deserves it. You know, love him a lot. Whatever he wants to eat, just feed it to him because he is yummy.
Incredible plays. Phenomenal, outstanding performance. With those nades, that's so hard to learn. Gravity against you? Almost impossible, but he did it and pulled it off anyway. Back on the team of not inside of circle, including SLD. We do have DBD taking on TS. Again, TS caught themselves in the corner between so many teams. We're talking about two teams eyeing out on TS, including U2 Alliance. Left, right, center, at the front, at the back, everywhere. Somebody's shooting to his side of TS.
Oh yeah, TS kind of caught there. U2 Alliance definitely not going to let them go. Our boy is kind of low as well. He needs to reset himself. Right now, what our players being picked up, Mince is still in this. Jimmy keeping eyes on the team secret as well as the other side where Vampire is at. So they're just getting information from this high ground, making use of this terrain that they have at this point. And they still have the circle, so they definitely can still hold on to that. But for SLD, goes to nated down by Lynx.
CJ taking on another SLD players. Trongzin tried to fight back. Valiant effort coming up from SLD, but that leaving them only with one player left here. Trying to revive on another. Stone will be picked back up to his feet. Never mind, it's not Stone. Stone is on a different team, sorry for that. But it's going to be SLD players trying to pick themselves back up the pieces. Red Face will do the same thing to his side of Luxy. Zuxi cooking up the nade, trying to finish off Ghosty. SLD Trongzi managed to actually pick back up on Chonji, but at the same time, can he flee? Lucky enough, that nade will not fall through those distance.
Oof, that was close. But then again, SLD is still not out of it just yet. Lin, what's the spot? What's the toss underneath to the other side? SLD got to get away. Can they slide through it? Ooh, one down, another one to go. And SLD eliminated by none other than Vampire.
You're in the center of attention right now. Good luck to survive, including Team Secret. Barely make it in. They have the side of Empires eyeing out to their side. And also Bacon Time plus D-Axe on the side as well. TS stuck in the corner, in a pickle, while Pasija Evos can actually make it in. They are very near to the circle. U2 Lions keeping an eye to the side of Team Secret too. Hey, no surprise, yeah. DBD taking a high ground. U2 Lions shooting from the back line. TS are stuck. There's gonna be one more knockdown. Mince again, and Mince finish off by Yen.
Nicely done by Yen. We all know the last time we saw Team Secret, they were in the crosshairs of a few teams, two teams at least. So it's definitely tough for Team Secret now that fact that they are forced to move. U2 Alliance has to move as well, but they have 7-9 behind them. 4 Malaysian teams just next to each other as Tony K has to butt in.
Oh, Tony K, Vampires, they know when to pick and when to steal, and this is the perfect timing for them. It's all through, everybody trying to migrate himself across those streets. 7-9 climbing up to the side of DBD. DBD on the other hand trying to hold to the compound, trying to hold towards these tanks right now. It's gonna be Lung trying to open up the space for the team to push forward. That will be revived here and try to heal himself up. DBD holding the ground against 7-9. Jimmy OP make an entry. Here comes a rush, maybe, and maybe not just yet.
Oh, Jimmy OP just lost the nade. Wonder if it does connect, but 7-9 5 elimination post right now. DBD need to defend the ground against 7-9. 7-9 Nadips is down. Dap should be able to pick him up, but gotta be careful. If not, he'll be naded down. But it's gonna be Loom taking down Jimmy. DBD, they still trying to hold their ground. They have the circle advantage, but they're not able to make the best out of it.
Zig's trying to get some pixel shot, but oh, okay, that's gonna be Smokes. Lucky enough, it's just Smoke. If it's a Morley, then we're gonna cry our eyes out right now for some DBD. 7-9 taking on Jamie OP. He got himself the high ground for Lung. He make it in. He got in the bridge. Now he needs to secure, but Lung being just knocked down by Zig. Zig's just be so sneaky but witty, but it's not going to be enough. He needs extra fight from the back. Echo is there to support him. Echo makes so much work for alongside with Ziggs here. Can they clutch as a duo as DBD only left with only 2 players here, one bleeding out, and Echo will have to revive him.
Oh, and down. Adips is up. Echo tries to win this fight. Echo with MG3, but the fire. No, Echo, don't do this. Not like this, Echo. Not like this. Not like this, my friend. Not like this. Not like this. Not like this, Echo. Not like this.
He just walked himself into the fire. I mean, like valiant effort coming up from DBD, but it's just being cleansed by the side of Sem9. Vampires, on the other hand, try to flush out Procedure Evos out of this patrol station. Now, Shrap's being knocked down. Back to us. They're going to go for a retreat and pull back for a bit. Still will revive Shrap's. In the meantime, the rest of the other teammates will try to open up the space and giving support fire just to make sure nobody eyeing out for them. But everybody knows what they're going through. It's going to be doubled down on the side of Vampires. Tony's on his knees still. Tony K trying to figure out Shrap's finish off straight away. Tony K trying to open up the bridge of smoke, making sure that Stowe will actually be revived. And Red Face only then spotted them out. Now this is going to be the opportunity for Red Face to finish things off there. Definitely secures that one.
Oh, that's it in the back there, but it's going to be Luxy, but it's okay. Procedure Evo still gets it. And look at the circle, shift towards the left, and there's at least 5 teams still on the outside, playing in the urban fight. And this is super duper tough for those teams. Who's going to move first? And because it's an urban fight, you have less information because of those walls, because of the buildings in between.
And like you mentioned before, if we ended up as an urban warfare, it's going to be a staring contest for quite a bit. But look, right now, cooking up the nade. Pre-cook it to toss over the side of Newsy, and he had the audio come up from 20k. But can Flax and can he play for the flanks? Off angle, try to get those shots to his Tony K. But Vampires, if they make it in, it's going to be a big win for them. If they shut down on look, they can get this compound. And they can actually get into the circle. The one that actually stopping Union Lines and Vampires right now is going to be each other. Exchange of nade, burning out. Newsy on
like
the ground. He's been barbecued. Down to Tony K to pull the clutch here.
I know they're hot, but not like that. And now Procedure Evos against Hale. As Hale secures that onto Red Face, Luxy, Zuxy, the duel that must do it against Hale right now. And they're still on the outside of the circle. Plus, we can see on the mini screen. Look, the zone putting pressure on those teams still on the outside.
Procedure and Hale, on the other hand, still going against each other. We saw this going on. Feels like a deja vu against another Thai versus another Indonesian team. The boys have to bat out at 9 with 6 eliminations. It's more than enough for them. It's good enough for them to stay maintained where they're at. Not really a bad performance still. But another one Thai team's out this time with 0 coming from Bacon. That is unusual.
Oh yeah, we don't see that all the time. But we see this all the time. Hale versus Procedure Evos. Who's going to win this fight? Gesto tosses a nade. Nade starts to go in. He's at the forefront. Luxy's going to open up on the left. Flash on the second floor. Zuxy has his own nade. He's going to toss out the second floor. But can he do it? And Zuxy will be shut down. And Lane as well shut down. It's going to be the last man. But he is there. Luxy gets one. Needs to win this fight. 1v1 against Flash. But Flash putting it up. But what? Second Neutral Alliance. Butting in.
Are you joking me? That's nowhere that's happened. The steal from Union Lines, that was painful to watch for Hill. As well as Procedure Evos just now. Both teams going down in vain as the third party always wins a triumph in this state. DX Union Alliance having to share a bit of exchange of trade when it comes to those bullets. Sem9 taking a high ground, still holding to the rim of the circle. But we do have Gig Slate down there somewhere. They're barely hanging on. I'm not sure if they have enough health utilities to replenish themselves. Box Gaming, Trisman. I have to say, I'm loving what Trisman bringing us to us on the side of Box. And they got themselves another knock from afar to at Sem9.
Yeah, didn't they have a tough moment early on, but now they managed to overcome it and they are in the top 5. Amazing work there by Box Gaming. But it's going to be D-Xavier and Utilize. The first time that we see D-Xavier in action in this round. Utilize coming on to D-Xavier. We saw that a couple of times today. And that mate will not connect on the Udo Alliance. It's going to be a staring contest, but Jake against Sem9. Low may finish out. Adips 1v3.
Yeah, Adips fighting against all 3 different corners, but they just couldn't find him. Finally, Stuxnet finish off the job and seal the deal. Down to only 4 teams there, with 11 eliminations by Sem9. Udo Alliance have to full force against DX right now, who have a full roster on them. It's going to be them bowing out now. DX, they have the most men here. With Geek only have a 3. They will reset themselves, but Box with 2. Now, I love this. Trisman really pump up the performance of Box Gaming right now.
Oh, but you probably love Gig Slate as well because they are again top 3. So far so good for them in this round. After a round previously that wasn't that good. Now Gigsley, obviously, this stage 9, so no more circle. It's going to close entirely. All the teams pretty much by the edge of the blue, so they are in a similar situation now.
Box kind of cover themselves alongside the haystack, only working with the long leg. Oh, just a haystack. Nobody can actually see through this haystack, but the blues are closing in. Shunos doesn't have a time. Trisman have to bow out at set play. They're too open in the field. Only haystacks and Meteor won at that point. Now Gigsley, can they go for the rush? The X1 knocked down. Chua is too far for them to revive. Damn good kind of approach coming up from the one that's actually been knocked out early on. Lambo calling it out. Just gonna push forward, being the front line, try to help Chua in the process.
Oh, Lambo with the DBS gameplay. It's gonna be the Xavier. Winner, chicken dinner. This is the moment that they've been waiting for. It's been a long time since we saw D Xavier getting it, and they're back in week number 2.
I don't know what happened, but it's going to be the rise of Vietnam when it comes to second week, day number 1 there. You have to put an eye to inside the box around SLD, around DX, who just got himself chicken dinner. And that was a lot of work coming out from Lambo as well. As always, he delivers.
Oh yeah, he does. I mean, Lambo is just so consistent. My goodness. Is he going to be the MVP this round? I want to know how many eliminations he got as well as an individual. We're still waiting for the MVP.
I think Chua can actually have a shot for the MVP as well, because these two working so well alongside each other. But it's going to be Lambo. You know what? There's no denying. 407 damage, 4 eliminations. Now, that's going to be perfect 100 damage towards each of those eliminations. Possibly, yes.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, on top of that as well, you know, I'm sure like he has a lot of girl fans. You know, he comes with a package, playing well, you know, good looks, great
Shy.
team, multiple
It's
champions.
Yeah. It's funny and shy too. I interviewed him back then. He was really cool guy. It's just a language barrier. If we can actually speak our language and we can speak theirs, they're fun people and a fun bunch to hang around with. But DX, they were fun. The entire team of DX, they were funny guys. DX, 79, Gig and Box. Now, Malaysian teams rising up alongside with Vietnam team for this week. I'm not sure what happened to the ties, but they are not that underwhelming for their performance for the tie. But when it comes to rising up, DX and Box from last week, Cloud, this is a huge leap of faith.
Yeah, I want to say that, you know, if Lambo can pull that off, people like me will remain single forever. Just saying. But if you kind of think about it, like, we talk about like region. I think we haven't seen the best of Indonesians.
True.
If you kind of think about it.
Except for Void.
Yeah. Well, we don't have Void, but if you kind of think about it, like even the other Indonesian teams for today at least, yes, you got chicken dinner here and there, but it's not like there's not like that one that's like super consistent, like straight down.
Oh, Yummy is like Lambo. He's consistent by his own standards. You can give it to Yummy though. But on the other side, yeah, as a whole team, I agree. I mean, like Indonesian used to known as the team that's coming in very strong in the last minute. So I'm waiting for them to coming in back here or having a bit of a bounce back when it comes to the second half of the week or even the final week. I just hope it's not too late for them.
Yeah. Hopefully it's not a prank that made them too late. They was like call it that in Indonesia. Gigs late. Okay, yeah. Actually, yeah. There was only that one round that they went out fairly early, but other than that, they were pretty okay. So this week is so far so good for Gigs late, even as compared to last week overall. But yeah, I think it's a little bit too early for me to say this week because we're still day number 1, right? Yeah, I know. Calm down, people. But so far so good for them. Gotta give it to them.
Yeah, with 17 total points tally up with those eliminations and rank. DX taking the lead this time when it comes to this map, but how will they fare when it comes to overall rankings? Now, they are quite okay when it comes to this week. I mean, starting off really strong when it comes to day number 1, week number 2. I think they have a shot to maintain the first page if this consistency going. But TS again ended up with a 0, with SLD placing themselves at 15 GE. If they force the fight into a CQC, close quarter combat, that was really a blunder that should not have happened. They were low on gears. They were low on everything else. They should not have forced the fight.
Yeah, it's not their specialty as well, knowing them since the wild card. But let's look at the weekly rankings overall. So FaZe Clan is still on top. They're starting to open up a little bit of a gap with a Geek Slate, with a 6 point gap. But Geek Slate, obviously, with that second place finish, it does push them up almost the same point as D Xavier. And D Xavier now number 3. But you know what? With that 0 point from GE, the last time we saw them, they were number 11. Now they're number 14. I kind of worry for GE now.
But the only team that didn't actually place themselves in the top 5, the only team that plays themselves in the top 5 without a chicken right now is Pasija Evos. That's a scary thought because they are like Voin, you know? They don't care about their chickens. They care about those eliminations. Yummy, Lambo, Adips, and Gatslow coming up from top performer. I mean, like, Lambo and Yummy right now feels like a head-to-head very good solo clutcher. Same goes for Gatslow. Yeah, these guys.
Agree. I think it will be interesting to see like whether these players can be in the running for the FMVP for the season, because looking at their level of consistency, at least it's there. I mean,
But,
yeah,
okay.
we'll see that.
If only we have sort of fantasy league, right, or fantasy team, I would want to put Yummy and Lambo and Gatslow and one more. Who's the one more? Maybe Damn Good for as a team. Imagine if they play a map, any map. You just put them every corner of the map. They can survive.
Yes, absolutely. I'll be like, oh, take my virtual money to get that out right. Yeah, but I think that it's gonna be, I don't know. I'm just having this thought of like, if it's fantasy, obviously there'll be like a set amount of money that you can buy those players. I think it's doable. Would I put anyone else? I probably might want to put Tony K.
Yeah, I mean like PUBG,
he's
come
expensive.
and do it. PUBG Mobile, come on, do it. I mean like do it like a sort of fantasy league, and then you know, maybe whoever actually have those teams they're supporting, you have certain amount of credit in game that can actually during the fantasy league to actually be purchasing all the sets in the game, right? It'd be super cool. I would love that.
I would love you know what, Chuchu? Again, every season that we cast, we always put out like, oh, a new idea.
$1 million ideas.
Yeah, we always put out $1 million ideas. I mean, we gotta patent our ideas, you know.
That's true. I mean, keep this clip going and keep it recorded, Cloud, because we need to show people one day it's gonna happen.
Yes.
But when it comes to our prediction, it's gonna be the same entire day. But for now, I think Gig is rising up for me. Boom is kind of slowly stepping up bit by bit with Yummy just now, but Hill is like surprisingly, I mean, like all the teams I predicted got their chickens today.
Oh yeah! Wow! Master predictor today. You gotta do that pose again.
Swear again. Yeah, I know.
Okay, that's gonna be my new sticker.
Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. Oh, you're such a guy. But yeah, speaking of Cloud, GE so far, DPD, I mean like SLD, these are the teams that haven't landed themselves any yet from your perspective.
Yeah. I was hoping for GE, like not gonna lie, like really, like genuinely hoping that they can do it. First half they were okay. Second half they start to be like, GE all over again. I don't know. Speaking of GE, oh man, Mr. Coach, come on, man, do your magic. I don't know what sort of voodoo you're gonna do, but you know, just cast it on these players to get that chicken.
No, it's a good fact that I asked Sultan yesterday, like how much time do the coaches actually have a bit of a hurdle, a bit of a reset with the team? Because we don't have that much downtime between the games, right? It's going to be three straight. He mentioned it's less than 10 minutes. Make it around 5 for the coach to reset the mind of the players, and even for the players to refresh their mind and pick back up their pieces.
Oh, okay. Speaking about coaches, so we have Sly DD here, the coach, together with Superboy, who's the manager now. And I see Loyu there. So is he coming in back in replacement of Putra? We haven't got a confirmation yet, though. But so far, we didn't get enough games for the swap between Loyu and Putra, so I can't really tell. But if they want to swap him back for whatever reason, I think that's okay too.
I'm going to ask you, are they going to swap in and out Yummy at least?
No! This is my fantasy boy now.
It's Boom. Okay. You cannot be sure with Boom. If they decided to put Yummy on the bench, you're going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, Guys, when I say fantasy boy, I mean like, fantasy points boy, you know, guys, calm down, people. Okay, I'm looking here. Okay, Yummy is still there. Very good. We can see Hexas with the back, so he's probably not playing.
Okay.
Looks like they might remain with the same lineup.
Is Razy playing? I think he'd been swapped before.
Oh man.
I mean,
yeah,
there's so many
starting
swaps.
to.
Yeah, I know. I know for a fact Razy got swapped today, but we don't know which map was it. Okay, that's it. We're gonna settle down to that. Okay, so far.
Okay. Yeah.
But okay, DBD Cloud, DBD. I mean, like these boys personally. They're like your boys. They are your boys.
Wow. I mean, to make it sound wrong, like I'm the daddy now. Like, hey
You are the
boys,
daddy.
who's
I
your
mean,
daddy?
Back then you were with them when they were starting off with PUBG Mobile, and now it feels like they're not like how they used to. Back then they were fearless.
Yeah. Honestly, I just think that sometimes it's all about confidence level because you're playing with all these best players, and plus you're playing in an offline setting that people can intimidate you just by their presence, by their aura. So maybe that's why they felt small among all these stars, right? And even like the last outing that they played in Southeast Asia, they didn't really perform that well. So I think they are still in that bubble of like, oh, we are this small team who came from PMNC, or even like it's like our second outing. The last time we came to see it wasn't that great. So maybe it's about like they need to break that bubble and come out of that shell.
Overthinking. I think that's the main thing.
Okay.
Overthinking. Yeah.
Yeah.
They just feel like it's a bit overwhelmed for themselves. I feel like they haven't got the statue to actually live up to the name, but they're wrong. You know what? I love how they were back then. Honestly, when they were nobody,
Yeah.
they were reckless. They were fun. They were the type of team that you are so unique that you keep your eyes onto them, and they're just giving this incredible plays. It's out of the box, and now they are standardizing themselves towards, you know what, we're gonna play it slow. No, I mean, like, they are not letting the best part of them shining through. I mean, that's a bit shiny and corny, but it is what it is.
Yeah, true enough. So I don't know. It's very hard, right? Sometimes you want to break that bubble of your players, because sometimes when you talk to players, you be like, okay, you guys okay? We have confidence. You guys can do it. Then the player's response will always be, okay. But of course, deep down inside, you don't really know whether it's okay or not. Sometimes just they say okay just so that we can get on with our lives. So yeah, so that is a very hard part about being a coach or a manager, right? It's all about like reading all the signs, and it's not the easiest thing to do.
And I suddenly reading now a sentence that damn good and you are better love story than Twilight. I agree.
Yeah, at least they
agree.
don't shine well.
I mean, and those you can see it the moment like Yuhai walks into, or Damn Root walks into a space where Yuhai is there. They shine when they see each other. You can see the smile on their faces cheering up, even though the entire day has been really rough for them. Okay, we're going to talk about a bit of BTR. No, they're not letting Yuhai play just now. And that's a different lineup entirely. As a whole, Lynx, Luxy, Zaxi, and Red Face, they got it. Like, we can feel the aggressive coming in. They have the idea, but the application is a bit difficult because there's so many teams they got stuck. Just now it was UD Alliance and DX that crammed them down in between. They're stuck in between. They always got caught in a crossfire for BTR.
Yeah, even if you say that, oh, is it the IGL's call? Is IGL inexperienced? Nah, I mean, before this, it was either Luxy Zaxi was the IGL as well, and they did really well. And if you want to say that, oh, is it the coach inexperienced, not able to guide them? No, you got Sinyo, who's also very, very experienced, played at the top level. So I don't know if on paper everything is there, but. Oh, sorry, that was Pasija. My bad. My mind went all the way.
Right?
Yeah, I know, right? Because we're so used to like Luxy Zaxi being in BTR, like BTR equals Luxy Zaxi. So apologies, people. But if we talk about like BTR, actually it's pretty much like the same because like all of them are star-studded players. Or maybe I'll just throw out this theory, right? Like you have too many stars in the team that you don't know how to balance it out as a squad.
That's true. I agree. Yeah, for popularity-wise, it's a win team. But when it comes to the action-wise, now it's going to be a different story. But I want to shout out for Manila Mike. He's the one that told us about the Twilight thing. It's really funny, though. It's super funny how these guys actually have different memes every single time, right? I cannot even, how do you even think about that way? But when it comes to, I agree, with Procedure actually way better than BTR when it comes to today. If you compare their positioning when it comes to their judgment call of moving and transitioning, they actually have better aspects of all-rounder compared to BTR. Even their points are way better than BTR right now. Procedure is a bit more aggressive than BTR, but when it comes to Bigatron, it feels like how you mentioned, it's a star-studded players, but at the same time, Ryzen hasn't been playing for quite a long time. He was in hiatus or retired for a bit from the professional scene, right? Will that actually sort of reflect right now from his performance?
Man, that's a good question, though. I'm trying to think, like, are they players who, like, they took, like, maybe 1-2 seasons break and then they come back? Not that I can think of for now, unless suddenly we see next season Fredo comes back. But of course, that's a next season discussion. But yeah, that's a good point, though. Maybe the fact that, yes, you have been training, yes, you might be playing scrims on your own, but it's different when it comes to tournaments. So that could be a factor too. I mean, there's so many theories that we can come up with, right? I wish we could have like these kind of questions thrown out to the coach or someone from their side.
True. I mean, mostly we get players, but for me personally, I love the interviews commenced by the coaches themselves, because the coaches have to overlook and have to take care of the entire team. And he or she knows exactly how the player thinks and how they are paired up with their partner, how they work as a team. And we definitely want to ask so much regarding BTR, even TS at this point. Honestly, I want to ask TS what is happening right now, because things are not doing great. I do want to know on the side of, there's so many things we want to know. GE,
know, right?
even, but GE and Box, even though they are ups and down, but it's still a huge progress if you compare with last week.
You know, right? There's so much that we want to know that I miss us having an analyst segment, but because this time we are like in an offline setting, right? Like the analyst segment could have like one representative from whichever team, so we can talk about things more than just like a 5-minute interview. Like maybe we can spend half an hour just talking a little bit more and then get to know what the teams are thinking. That would be great. So if that can be done, that'd be awesome. If not an analyst segment, maybe like a post analysis or post punditry session, that would be great as well. But hey, again, we are putting out ideas that could come out in the future. We've got to patent all that. But before we talk a little bit more, we're going to jump in to the next round very, very soon. So see you guys in Miraba. I kind of have the feeling that we're going to restart the timer. Oh yeah, look at their screens. They're back at the lobby.
Yeah, I feel like it's going to be a bit of a minute. You know what? Back to what you mentioned just now.
Okay, yeah. There you go.
Since we do have extra group that not be playing here today, right? It would be great if we actually do have that panel section. I don't even... Okay, I'm going to be honest with you guys out there. I'm sorry, I'm just going to be frank right now. I'm not even sure if we do have English cards in the future. I'm just going to say it out loud, okay? But at the same time, if we do still have... It would be great. We have the panel section with the team coaches, especially the coaches, to actually join with us on the panel section. Like all 4 of them, I don't mind. Like we have a bit of a banter during the panelists. That would be incredible. To have all the teams of different region, especially if all 4 regions are like the Thai, if even we get Philippines or in Indonesian and Vietnam, right, sitting all on the bench together at the couch, and we have the analysts, both of us, even example. I want to know their thoughts. I want to, just pick out their brains to see how their perspective and how each region perspective when it comes to the game. It's going to be different approach, every single one of them.
Oh yeah, that will be great, man. And that can be done like after the show, so you like have more time, like a half an hour or 1 hour just for that. I think that'll be awesome. Because if like you do it between the shows, maybe like time is kind of short and like, oh, I want to know more.
Even
but
the
time's
one
not
hour
there.
break, like why not, right?
Oh yeah, 1 hour break, but then again, some of them need to break fast, so still gotta give them that time, right?
I mean,
But hey, you know what?
Yeah.
It could be eating while we talk.
Yeah,
It's
that
not
would be
too
more
bad, too.
fun. They're more fun.
Yeah.
That is more fun. It's like having a snack and chat while waiting and just putting up those timer. You might as well have something going on that everyone can know what is happening for each of the team and how they think as a region. Talking about, we want to know, why is the Thai so strong? I want to know that so bad. Because they eat rice. They're humans, right? They are humans. They're supposed to be humans. But why is it they're so consistent every single season for the past 5 years? 5 years, Cloud.
Yeah, I know, right? It's crazy. 5 years, a lot of changes, but yet they're still there. It really blows my mind as well. I really wonder like what they're doing there in Thailand. Okay, so that's a thumbs up there from Snipes. Giving us thumbs up. Oh, by the way, Snipes, that happy belated birthday. Papa Moas, shouting out to you. I don't know which channel he's watching because he normally switches languages. But shouting out to you. Happy belated birthday. I think it was last week or something.
Happy
So, yeah.
18th birthday, Papa Moaz.
Yeah, happy at 18.
It's
18,
going to
of
be
course.
sweet 18. Every single year it's going to be sweet 18. But you know what? I hope we're not being trolled again.
Yeah.
Hopefully it is going to be a real Mirama because it's going to be the last game of the day. It's going to close up with a turn being set up by each of the team. Tomorrow we do have different set of route now. That's going to be interesting too. But before we getting ahead of ourselves, why don't we just finish off the day with a good Mirama, with a good PUBG Mobile game in a very, very big map, the 8x8 map. Are you guys ready? Because FaZe and all the Thai teams, you look at it, how confident they are. I love their sweatshirt. Let's keep it going on Mirama.
I like it. Mela was being cute. But anyway, this is going to be the last game of day number 1 before we switch up the groups again tomorrow. Mirama it is. So far, our Mirama map from the last round, no... Oh, wait. There was an early clash. GE. I almost forgot about that because it happened that fast. But GE. Looking at you guys. Please do the right thing.
Oh, GE, they got pistols and no ammunition, no gears. They forced the fight anyway. They lost it again. Who was it again? Was it you do line? Yeah, Sam Nina Deeps. Yeah, there you go. Sam Nina Deeps. Who got fully equipped. He landed himself there first. And like we mentioned, GE, they should know their strengths by now and their weaknesses. It's great to polish up your weaknesses, but not in the tournament right now, where everything matters. Every single point is a dime for them. But we do have clashes down there on top of Lost Learners possibly. I feel like we might have few skirmishes early on.
Yep, so Team Secret, we got Mins there. Vehicle got stolen, so yeah, that wasn't what he wanted. But looking at the circle, it's going to be the high ground fights again, just on the outside of Crater Fields. So those key areas, high grounds, we have discussed about that before. On the right side of Crater Fields will be some of the key areas that teams might want to take. So I wish GE would have dropped somewhere close to that because we talked about how good they are with long range, with high grounds. But this time around, they drop around the areas of Lost Learners. It's going to be quite a travel for them. If they want to get up to the high grounds by then, there will definitely be other teams there. So they have to resort to whatever plan B that they have.
Hopefully the day off. I just hope they do have a plan. That's
yeah.
Sometimes you know what? Oh, the plan was supposed to be this, and now the plan's gone. There's no backup on it. And GE, oh man, they always force this fight. I don't like this. GE, I mean, like, I root for these guys because I want to see something very different. We want something unique for this season, right? But
oh. But hey, he survived. Okay. But Lamborghini,
Okay.
calm down, my friend. Calm down.
Wes again.
Lambo? What? Calm down, my friend.
Oh, Lambo. Just.
Oh, Lambo.
I think he did spot out the rest of GE just now. He thought that's gonna be the only player of GE is trying to rotate himself.
Yeah, you know, in Arabic they call it husnuzon, which is you kind of think positive. So yeah, I guess that's the best thing that I can think of as well.
That
He
was
just got an
questionable.
MVP.
That was questionable.
Yeah.
That was a big question. Why? Why would you do that?
Lambo.
And then
I'm sad.
You know, the loading time was way longer than the time of him playing for this round.
Yeah, I knew they just got off the bat with a chicken dinner, but yeah, not like this, Lambo. I really don't know. I think there was a lapse of concentration there.
I think he didn't expect. I think he just assuming there's gonna be one player. That's it, because he didn't see this spot out the rest of GE just now. He didn't think through that it's gonna be the entire cavalry of GE behind his back. He's way too separated from the rest of the team as well, and they are showing the compound against UD Alliance. DX, Frankie, and Rabies. Rabies got himself this vehicle. I'm not sure about Chua though. I feel like they want to force a fight against UD Alliance, despite they already lost Lamborghini early on. A bit reckless, honestly, if you ask me, coming up from DX right now.
But I think that they're just looting at the bottom half because they don't have. I mean, this area is not within the circle, so for them to take this fight very early on with the Udo Alliance, plus they don't have Lambo, their star player. I don't think they intend to do that. If they do that, then I have a lot of questions that I want to ask.
But hey, they still have Frankie. Frankie is always good when it comes to taking their responsibility over Lambo. So I'm not surprised if they still can actually pull that out. But on the side of FaZe now, FaZe, so many teams trying to take them down today. They were pushed down back then. Now they're back on number 1. The moment we step into Miramar, they push them back self up. You know, FaZe is one of those teams back then in season 3, if I'm not mistaken. They loved this map so much.
Yeah, and it's kind of showing that their comfort zone. But besides that, overall, definitely they do perform well. That's why they are up there. And it's nice to see a change, right? Because, well, a change at least from PMPR Thailand, because they were number 17 in PMPR Thailand, and right now they have found their footing. Mela definitely has been a good addition for them. Yes, he is somewhat on loan, or whatever term that you are using, basically like a temporary for FaZe Clan. But that temporary is for this PMSL campaign, which is very, very important for them, and all these teams doing very well so far. And it's nice to see that FaZe Clan actually coming back up, because they are such a huge brand, of a huge esports brand globally. So it's great to see them do that. But nevertheless, my heart still goes out for the wildcard teams. GE,
I agree.
Come on.
I agree.
Yeah.
But speaking back about FaZe Clan, right? Last week was a lot about Mela. But this week, when it comes to day 1, they're more towards Salmon and Onsons. I'm loving how everybody's trying to pull their own weight this time. I'm waiting for Vintorius with that Mini 14. I do know he loves his Mini 14 so much. He's so good at getting this off angle. But TS, you do lines, what's happening? I think they're being ambushed. There's going to be 4 teams fighting against each other from afar. With TS now taking the step, 1 step forward, they got themselves. I'm not sure if they secured those elimination yet. But yeah, they did. Finally, they make a point here.
Yeah, and Min's opening his account in PMSL. That's going to be his first elimination in this tournament. So that's great. In fact, that's his first elimination this entire season, because today is his first day playing. So that's great for them. And it's against Bacon Time, not a small team. But look at this red face, taking that prime position way on top of those on that hill that is just beside Craterfield.
Speaking of high grounds, GE tried to get himself as well. Red FaZe, you mentioned about those high grounds, got clipped quite a bit, got punished instantly the moment he tried to pick himself. Even his bug being exposed to the side of TS. If they want to blow up that vehicle and go for the rush on top of that hill, they can actually do that.
Oh, it's literally going to be a tall order for them.
But
looks like
there's no way to run for Red FaZe if they blown up that buggy. That's it. There's no way. If he jumps down, he's going to be dead anyway. He doesn't have first aids here.
Yeah. If only they can shoot the buggy, though. I think it's in an angle where it's kind of tough, though. And if they were to focus onto that, then FaZe can kind of counter. So I think that's a risk that teams are not willing to take. But you spoke about Ventorez, and he had to go down to Guangzin.
That's why we said podcasters don't praise the players too much. That's what we did to Lambo. That's what we did to Venturas. Oh man, what a day. Back to his Frankie. DX secured himself 3 vehicles and just gonna transition himself into the zone. Same goes for 7-9. Gatslow, I'm loving coming up from Gatslow the past day. I mean, like for today. The entire day has been great when it comes from this one individual player. These guys just know where to look and what to do in the weapon of his choice during a critical amount of time with small amount of time to just make a judgment over his game.
Ooh, shots fired out by 7-9. Adibs chasing away GE, and we talk about this multiple times. GE close quarter combat, not their strength, so they might want to play by their strength style, try to evade the fight. But we're back onto BTR with the knockdown. Now BTR might secure this elimination point, but Satar being counterfire upon will need to reset.
Satar shredded almost his vest at level 2. Yep.
Yeah, I saw Hale actually stole it away. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's okay. One of those days. It's Mirama. What are you talking about? Bacon time, Tiger. Tiger is not roaring right now. He's tamed down by these guys with those rush coming in. Bacon time. Oh, wait, he got one.
Okay. All right. They're still not out of it just yet. Sky only needs to save Tiger by taking out Aum Style. But 3 touches coming from behind. Here we go. Aum Style. He needs to buy time for his teammate to come towards him.
Comes Armstrong, not clutching it out just yet. Down to touch. Can he do this for the entire team? 2 of Hill will push in while we switch over to Cyber Vampires. Rushing to his SLD1 player. I'm not sure what happened to the side of Bacon time right now. We have no clue how's it ending, but that's going to be Hill, Sky, last player, then that's going to be it for now. Not yet. But for Trongzin, side of SLD, still have a full squad. Bacon touch, finish off flash, noise down. There's going to be Bacon first one to be eliminated.
With 1 point in hand this time around, Trongzin invaded all those mollies. So now he's running out in the open. Okay, he's biting his nails now. But DBD will lose Jimmy OP to Yummy, the starman for Boom Esports. At the same time, our boy gunned down by Redface. I believe he should be for the high ground. Wow.
That's coming up from Newsy. He's been quiet the entire day. I'm not sure what Trongzin tried to prove here, but he's definitely out in the open with only 1 bump on the sand. That's it for him to take cover. It's so easy to drop any sort of a nade. The rest of the team is too far behind. Of FaZe and Hill, they're going a go. We do have Gatslow very slow coming in. I'm not going to lie. Sky's losing his health. Same goes for Flasher. There's nowhere for Gatslow to save this teammate.
Oh, okay. Mela just showing that he's hot. So, yeah, that was safe there. But there's going to be a grenade elimination for Mela as well. So, yeah. Oh, it just so happened I noticed that the graphic popped out like 2 Infinity players, ex-Infinity players, like back-to-back grenade elimination. Just had to point out a fun fact there.
Yeah, I mean, like Infinity, we miss the team. They're so great when they were back then. They're like, the nades were insane coming up from those teams, right? But sadly, they're parting ways. I mean, like, we have to settle it down, like how BTR and as well CJ EVOS splitting, just having separate ways when it comes to the idea and maybe the objective in this tournament. But we do have Boom coming up from DBD Echo. That's going to be southern part. Udo Alliance on top of St. Martin. It's going to be a rope crossing in between those. We'll separate them with the rest of coming up from the south. We do have Hill, Gatslow remaining on the western side. Snipes kicks late with only 2 of them. I'm not sure where are the other 2 right now.
Yeah, we don't have visual yet so far on Damn Good and Stuxnet. So maybe they're finding an entry point, doing some scouting work together. But we do have visual onto FaZe Clan again, but this time Team Secret, 2 players on 1 vehicle. Ooh, and they're heading towards FaZe Clan, but we'll switch over to GE.
GE getting on 1 Gosu. Can he clutch this? Smile!
Oh!
Smiling onto the faces of SLD. Now 1 more to go. Smile! Couldn't hold it in. Where's the last player? SLD Pardon finished the job. Well done. Down to only, I'm not sure where are the rest of GE, honestly speaking. TS again by DBD.
Yeah, 1 point only this round, so they'll still be at number 16. Hail Esports out too. Okay, that's going to be quite of a surprise there. Box Gaming now moving in or moving out. Trisme wants to get away. He's not interested, but Depp took advantage of him turning around.
Box being compressed by every angle possible. Victorious on the high ground can see through what's going on this side. Vampires closing in the distance, coming up and just pushing towards the side of the teams in between. GE sharing the compound with SLD. Paragin left here for the side of SLD for now, and he has to keep the boat afloat. Zai and the rest of GE now not making the same mistake, pushing in together
to the left.
and have a wrap. They secure 4 points right now for SLD. This is going to be one of the most successful brawl of CQC coming from GE.
Yeah, we don't see that all the time. Hopefully that's not the last of it that we see it. Right now, Vampire... wait. Oh, Udo Alliance. Oh, that's from a long range with a Mini 14. So that would kind of dampen their movement, but Box Gaming gotta get away. West! This is the long range that we always talk about.
Yep, but it's going to be stolen out by some other teams out there as well. But GE, like we mentioned, is going to be Trismel on his hands. But he realized there's going to be more than one team here. You saw how West trying to pan over those on the high ground. So he definitely knows it's going to be Face Clan on top of it. Right now, they should know by now. Box Gaming across them. Now, who do they want to pick the fight first? BTR have to cut across Phase and Pasija Evos if they happen to be moving in the same direction on the northern side. Same goes for DX, down to only 2 men. DBD in the center. I'm not sure if that's going to be the last play of DBD. I do think they have a couple of more down there. But it might be just 3 more players, the most, coming up from DBD. Udo Alliance coming up from St. Martin is very empty, very vacant, but the moment they want to cross over the street, look at how many teams congested in the center.
Yeah, I guess it's because there's like a compound there, so teams really try to take advantage of that. But BTR, they choose to play on the outside, try to find some high ground to play with. But Rabbids going against Redface 1v1. Redface counterfire on Rabbids. Rabbids now super duper low. Redface will go in and Redface will make Rabbids Redface.
Smugface now. He got himself those knocks. He got the secure alongside with his team. Pasija Evos now going in for the kill. Gig Slate on the other hand going in for rush against Vampires or even Box. Now do they want to go for the high ground? Because space is already there since the start of the time. If they're moving in a straight line, they just caught themselves in a most stickiest spot there is. They just pulled over in the center of a war zone.
Ooh, wow, okay. Probably kind of forced to do that. 7-9 taking advantage of it. Long range out of Redface. Redface will be taken out by Long. It's going to be the second point for 7-9. But the fight in the compound is not done yet though. Gig Slate is in the house, literally, against Zunos and Box Gaming.
Here comes nice finish off from the back line. Box left with only one player here inside of this compound. Oh, got one more, a bit of a trade. Shunovs, he's trying to clutch out for the entire team, but the nades didn't clip on the side of Snipes. It's going to be tough for him to play around the corner. It's always about the stairs here. The stairs can make so much work for the side of Gig to just reset and even being ambushed on. He has to be extra careful. Too many windows in this building right now.
At least he took advantage of his molly to buy time to pick up damn good. Zunos is the last man, so it's tough for him to step out of this building in case he'll be shot down from afar. But GE against 1 from Gig. Dude! Really? Dude! Oh man! Zai almost missed that!
I mean, like, that's comical. I'm sorry to say that, but it's really cute. Witty, but it did pull off a bit. Just a couple of seconds before he realized that this is not right. Back to the side of Shinos. Box is changing nades and now only having his shotgun. Knowing for a fact this is going to be a CQC, it's best to go for the short range weapons. Shunos exchanging the nades with the side of Gig, but that molly will prevent him from going outside. And that's just a vampire. Wait, that was Gig. That was. I thought it was Vampire just closing it from behind.
Yeah, but they got snipes though, so... But still with the compound, on their own. Damn good, we'll pick him up, so that's going to be okay. So the Gig is now down to 2 players left. But they got this as 5 eliminations, so not too bad. So with 2, now they'll play the slower game, and they have the compound, and so they can do that. I guess, looking at how the currency of the circle is, they might still get it. So it's a matter of just holding their ground for now.
Whoa. Vampires, they got themselves an upgrade of loot. Look at that, they got everything out of this. I think they just pick it up from the airdrop. But boom, take it on DBD Echo from afar. The circle happened to be shifting again. And whoever got himself a high ground, who's going to be faced? They got such a prime spot.
Yeah, the high ground just on the left of Hacienda. Definitely a prime position in this kind of circle. This is the best place to be in. But the compound's not too bad. At least you can hold on. But if you're in that high ground, you stand a better chance of getting elimination points.
And not just that, you've got so much intel about what's happening out there. You can just steal it away from afar. Don't even have too much effort putting into it. Just steals while you can. Boom, on the other hand, resort to these 2 buildings. This 4-story building against the Alliance just across the street. Now, Olio is too far from the rest of the roster. Boom. Try to finish off and wrap things up and stopping Udo Alliance from entering this side of a circle. They will have to making sure Boom have to keep an eye out for this. The moment Udo Alliance make a squeeze in, it's going to be the death for them.
Ooh, but Udo Alliance, looking at where they park themselves, okay, definitely will be able to hold on nicely in this stage. But the next one, then we'll start to talk about them crossing the road and all that. So they need to manage Boom, who might be gatekeeping them after this.
The Alliance waiting for the right time for them to pick out. Vampires taking a bit of a low profile, not to open fire yet. They heard the gunshot from across the street. They're willing to go out for it, but at the same time, is it going to be worth it? It's going to be more than one team we're talking about here, including FaZe, who got himself such a good spot on those elevations. Can see whoever that's trying to move here. At least Ventori's got himself back up the feet. Mormon, Bonzen, they're stopping from a breach by Vampires, but Vampires doesn't have a candle. Will they make it in? Mormon cooking a nade. He's gonna toss it about. It's gonna be Straps or Stone be knocked down first, but it's gonna be Mormon holding on to us for Vampires. There goes the nade, but can he hold it? Mormon low on his health. The rest of FaZe is too far. Ventori's next one to be helping him, but Mormon got himself prepared with the DBS, but News and Tony K speaking up from both angles. It's going to be Mela trying to help, but Straps will be down on his knees as well. Stone finish off. Mela DBS. Oh, just so near.
Oh, DBS gameplay by Mela. Can't seem to find his target. Jumping around, breaking out the next nade, trying to toss it onto Newsy, his ex-teammate. There's going to be X Infinity going up against each other. This is going to be super duper interesting though. But at the same time, Onza been naded out by Putra. Sem9 is coming in from the other side. Mela picks up his teammate. Newsy somehow still survives.
Sem9, they wanted this for the longest time. FaZe, the moment their attention got switched over to Vampires, Sem9 come out from off angle. Victoria's tossing on top of Newsy, but I couldn't clip anybody. But Newsy got very witty, very sneaky move on his sleeves. We're talking about him getting on those angles. They know perfectly well every angle of this mountain. He has to have to be extra careful coming up from Gik from the back line as well. Now Newsy, this is a very risky game he's playing. He's too exposed. His back and his front is just too much.
Yeah, that's why he's playing the hiding game right now, because he is the last man standing for Vampire Esports with Sem9 at Horizon 2. And interestingly, this high ground still has the circle. So as long as FaZe Clan is able to defend this ground, they will still be in a good prime position.
But so far, Sem9 and the Son of Vampires tried to take them down, but FaZe managed to shut down on Vampires, but for how much longer? Because FaZe is still standing back up, but they are undying. They have back 4 on foot. Even though they got one man knocked down earlier, FaZe not even damaged by holding those high grounds. This is very clean teamwork.
Absolutely. FaZe Clan, they're a different animal today. Right now we can see BTR, they are moving on to their opponent, Precision Evos. These two teams, they have a connection. Let's see who's going to take who out, as Deuce gets out his vehicle, tries to get Link, but can't seem to get a good angle. But they're prioritizing the circle. We are at stage 6 towards 7, so the zone will definitely be devastating if they stay too long on the outside.
They have to make a move now. Udo Lions Kenny will have to fight against Satar. BTR holding on this compound. They are as a 4, but they're very widely spread right now. Such a huge space in between. Satar forcing the fight out. Flashing out Kenny. Go back in the blue zone. He's denying the entrance of Udo Alliance. Satar is just overly investing to his side. Even gets out from the circle just for the sake of making sure the backline of Bigatron will be guarded by him himself alone. He managed to hold the angle against the entirety of UD Alliance.
Yeah, but speaking about another team that managed to hold their ground, Face Clan as well. On the other side, still holding it strong. UD Alliance, however, will be playing the rest of the round without Olio. They get a good sight on the other teams that is around them, so they have good information. Sem9, same building as Face Clan, but Linz somehow still survived. He was chased down at some point, but he managed to get away. But now he has BTR, he has Face Clan to deal with.
So with 3 teams right on top of this mountain right now. Length spotted out on the side of Venturas. With a UMP in his hand, FaZe more than ready to take up the fight. Spotted out, Length got shot down to half. Shot his knees and shot his toes. There against Venturas, winning the fight against Pasija Evo's last player. Lengths have to bow down and 8. We're down to 7. But this is the most heated spot right now. BTR trying to take it away from FaZe. FaZe have been defending this for such a long time.
Oh yeah, because it's a prime position, right? But kudos to them as well, because they managed to still defend it despite being a prime position. But you still need to defend it. And with 6 eliminations in the back for FaZe, they are looking really, really good. No one has been sacrificed just yet. But the next one, they might need to deal with Sem9, who's sharing the compound just behind them.
They might actually have to fight against each other here. The one that winning definitely going to be FaZe if that happens. Now BTR, they have to tunnel down the vision. That's most important. The one that actually be standing here the longest to be defending, it just shows a huge statement given out by the side of FaZe. How many eliminations they secured just by standing here? 6 so far. Gigslate got a 6 as well. With GE getting a 6, this is a rare sight, but I'm loving this GE right now.
I'm loving it. Yeah, absolutely. 6 and still have 3 players. That's not too bad. And plus they're top 7 now. They're starting to gain rank points. But Boom Esports, Boo just tapping away onto UD Alliance, not allowing them to come up. But bad news is that they are on the outside of the circle as well. But Pombit, something happened to him. Now GE will be the ones trying to gatekeep Boom, but GE needs to move forward as well.
Onsens can see through those windows where Zai is standing right now. They definitely have their eyes onto the side of GE and Gigslate for FaZe. Venturas and Mormon working as a duo, while Onsen working alongside with Mela. Split it into 2-2 formation. UD Alliance, the furthest away from the circle. Pop the smoke, build up the bridge, and take their vehicles up. But Flax jumps down due to the knocks, or due to SLR shots coming out from the side of Boo Boo Hoo. But they make it in anyway. Flax being left behind just to give support fire from the back line. A nice finish off by Playzone. So many players coming in very late, as per usual, Cloud. The Malaysians always playing the outer rim of the circle.
And that also means that UD Alliance is not in the clear yet. They're still on the outside. And we can see the blue shrinking just right behind of them. They still have the vehicles though. So they... Oh, but it's a punctured vehicle. It's a punctured buggy. And the 4-wheel, the monster truck is down as well. It's tough for UD Alliance this time.
West popping up the smoke. BTR Gen for second on Pombit. Boom. Being closely guarded by Gemforce. Just spray easily getting those eliminations from afar. Boom and GE Boom are losing as Boom butting into this business. But Boom being eliminated next because UD Alliance getting out of nowhere. Happens to be there off angle.
And UD Alliance somehow managed to slide onto the high ground, so it's all good for them for now. But for the next stage of the circle, it probably will be tough depending on where it goes. For FaZe Clan, they still have the high ground. Onzen's position has been compromised, being shot at. But look at the circle, FaZe Clan needs to move, but it's even worse for UD Alliance crossing the road.
Mormon, drink up his energy drink. While BTR with 2-2 formation, Ryzen and Liquid on teams. Push himself first front liner. Ryzen spot out UD Alliance. They have to be careful. Have to be extra careful. They don't have that much covers coming up from BTR. They're playing at the slopes of the hill. Yeah, great, fine. Nobody can actually spot them up from above. But the problem is the side ones, the one that actually coming up from the back, can see through. Their vehicle's still not being exploded just yet. If they shot from afar and their vehicle happened to be exploding, all the entirety might actually have to go down here.
Yeah. They gotta be careful. And plus they're somewhere in between other teams. But Kenny knocked down to West from afar. despite them being in top position, but Kenny's still able to do it. But speaking about being in top position, Kenny will be gunned down. They look gunned down as well. There's nothing much that Udualize could do. They'll be eliminated at number 5. 2 elimination points. But the circle still doesn't favor GE. They still need to move forward.
The only team with
10?
a full squad. Wait, never mind.
What? Wow.
Okay, GE managed to survive. BTR with a 4, GE with a 2, but now Jamforce tried to close in the distance. They try to push and rushing into towards sort of GE first. Deal with those actually the furthest away, making a bit more space for BTR to have the domination on this circle. They are holding the circle by themselves for BTR. Look at the circle. Nothing behind them. The only one that can actually stop this is going to be GE. It's so crucial and important, vital for them to finish off GE right now.
Oh yeah, GE only 2 and they don't have any space to find cover. Nate will be tossed out by Sata, will be nailed down. It's EG. Now West is the last man standing and BTR will take them off. But anyway, it's still 10 elimination points for GE. This is a good round for them.
I think that's the highest number by GE so far. We haven't seen this much. Like the last time we saw them like this is going to be the wild card. But FaZe, they secured 7. Onzen definitely want to go and resist those kind of push from BTR, but Onzen's almost got clipped down entirely. On the spot out on Sata, he's been a bit of a trading to do, but Jamforce, this is such a crucial position for him to hold on to. He can make so much work for the side of BTR if he can actually push it in. But Sam9 coming up from on top, nobody's spotting up just yet.
Yeah, if Jamforce can get more, that'll be huge there. But Long is gonna lend a helping hand to take down Deuce. 7-9 could take advantage of this, but 7-9 will be forced to move. They need to take those eliminations or those knockdown fast. Face Clad out the number 3. Subway elimination points. That's going to be BTR against 7-9. BTR has the numbers, but 7-9 has the ground.
Putra and Lung. Such high fragger names for Sam9. Spotted out Satar, trying to spray over, but punishing Jamforce as always delivers. He got himself such a good. Jamforce won this for BTR. What a play for Jamforce. His angle was so important, so vital. They're so in dire need for Jamforce to open up the space. He won them this chicken dinner.
Hands down, this guy, MVP, irregardless of stats. But I'm pretty sure it has to be given to him. Jamforce, the man himself. My God, what a round it was for his off-angle shots. Really helped his team to take out not only FaZe Clan, and then he has the off-angle shots against 7-9. Perfect positioning by Jamforce. With a camera pan onto him, this guy is definitely the MVP. Even the decision has to be made, like, without a doubt. Camera onto him. Just waiting for the stats. How many elimination points did this guy get? Do the dance, boy. You deserve it.
Incredible game sounds. Incredible judgment coming out from Jamforce with a short amount of time. His critical thinking was so priceless. So much of a value. He put up such work. Shut down on GE, knowing the fact he's the only one who's parting ways, splitting out from the rest of the roster to make sure that they are safe. He's the guardian for BTR right now. He shut down GE, making sure nobody coming up from behind, because GE the only one who can do that. Shutting down the Sam9 angle, shutting down FaZe Clan. If there's no Jamforce standing where he was just now, he didn't actually decide that. There's no way BTR winning this chicken dinner right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Without Jamforce being in that position, totally agree, they would have gotten it. Because FaZe Clan had like 2 knockdowns onto BTR, but because Jamforce was there, then they managed to counter it back. And then they were in the top position, they were on the lower ground. And 7-9 was on the high ground, and 7-9 managed to get a couple of knocks themselves. But Jamforce again, off-angle position, crossfire into the high ground. Get that last play of 7-9. BTR, Jamforce, that game sense is just next level.
I'm surprised nobody from FaZe tried to cut to that side of that one small angle where the Blues can close in first. And FaZe overlooked that one. Even the side of Sam9 overlooked that side because they were too tunnel vision towards each other. But GE, I'm loving how they're making up to the teams to watch this time. This is a huge comeback from GE after that last week performance. But overall, it's such a treat and privilege to watch this round club. I'm like, this is the best closing of the day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's been fun. It's been nice to see like a lot of good things happen in the last game, right? So on top of the whole Gen Force thing, GE got 10 elimination points. It's the most they've gotten themselves in a single round, and I'm pretty sure with the amount of rank points that they get, it is definitely the most that they've gotten in overall in the entire PMSL campaign so far. So it's great. It's nice to see some of these different kind of stories happening in this round.
But you know what? I worry about Vampire, not because of their today's underperformance, but how they would just try, you know, you're waking up to Esports tomorrow. They know they're being gunned down heavily by these guys. I feel like they will fight back really strong tomorrow. It's going to be a scary outcome if they go really rampage mode, because we've seen that before. They got 28 sort of eliminations back then, right? For CEC, if I'm not mistaken. And you don't want to wake that beast just yet. It's too early. Wait it for the grand final. But BTR, this is their best round yet as well. I mean, like, we haven't seen BTR this good. And I mean, like, yeah, credits to Gen Force, definitely. But, like, you know, not the entire team did put a lot of effort into it.
Oh yeah, it's definitely teamwork there. I mean, if some of them didn't open up space for Gen Force, he would have gotten that opportunity. But because also they opened up space, Gen Force got an opportunity. He took that opportunity well, and they are rewarded with the chicken dinner. Look at this GE, 14 points, number 2 overall points in this match. This is great. I love seeing this from GE.
You make Mama proud, GE. I'm so proud
Oh
of you
wow.
right now. Yeah,
Mama Choo Choo Sprout.
Yeah, we're super proud right now. Coming up from World Cup, this is what we're waiting for, to just shut down all the teams, knowing that, you know what, the World Cup do have a comeback too. I want the World Cup teams, including PBE here, which not playing here today, to make a shake for the entire Southeast Asia region. I just hope it will be there. But TS again once more. I mean, like, I'm not worried for Bacon Time. They are the teams that can actually come back anytime, right? Box and DX, they definitely have bounced back if you compare with week 1, but TS is definitely down there.
Ah man, let's look at the overall. So that makes TS at number 16 still rooted down there. 2 points shy away from Bacon Time though. Of course, we still have many more matches to go. But in the entirety of day 1, only 11 points, 6 games. Ooh, it's tough for TS. Ouch.
If you compare, even GE getting way more, double their scores right now. Yeah, and that's GE coming up from first week, learn from the mistakes, getting better on second week. I just hope TS have a wake-up call right now, because if not, it's going to be way too late if they realize this by the final day and final week. I just hope they're just coming back here. And PBE, Alter Ego, Void and Arcus have not been playing. Tomorrow they start playing it. We want to see how can they mix and gel in, but we do have also a place to focus, and I think you're gonna love this.
Oh yes, I like it. Mela, of course, I am a I openly proclaim that I'm an Infinity fanboy. Too bad they're not playing here, but it's nice to see Mela up there. Tony K, wow, 34 assists. Despite Vampire, if you can't think about it, despite Vampire Esports is not the Vampire Esports of last week, you still see Tony K. Mind blowing, right?
He just have to be there. I'm gonna squeeze in. Whether it's just assist, I don't care. If it's not elimination or damage, I'm just gonna squeeze in as assist. It's Tony K. There's a lot of revival plus a lot of knockdowns coming up from this guy. Just Vampire is always being ambushed, and I think the other teams start to learn their rotations and start to shutting them down for the entirety of Vampires right now.
Yeah, it's like no matter what, Tony K wants to be there. If it's not eliminations, it's assist. If it's not assist, it's the most good-looking guy. Anything it takes for him to come up there.
Hey, that's not fair to actually have those, you know, awards like the best-looking guy. I mean, like, it's gonna be offensive for some out there, right? But speaking of Empire, it's definitely a rough day here today. But even though they are having it rough, they're never at the bottom. That's the thing with the Thai teams. They never be the last place.
Even at Bacon Time, they're still not the last. But yeah, they are still down there though. But we have seen the potential of Bacon Time. They could do it. But after this Choo Choo, I'm pretty sure we're going to have an interview.
Please interview Boom.
Okay. Boom? Now?
Yeah.
GE? We haven't heard from GE at all? Yeah, I want to hear from GE because Secret we have heard a couple of times. So I want to give opportunity to GE to speak. difference
it-
last week and this week.
I think we don't get what we want, so it just shows because I can see it way ahead than you, but I really hope it's gonna be through. But I want to know what's going on with the rotations. We need to know what is their thinking, what is the real idea behind it. But you know what? We do gonna have the interview right now. It's gonna be one of the top teams out there. Karel, take it away.
View of the day, and with me right now we have a player from D Xavier, and it's Rabies. Hi, Rabies. Alright, so first and foremost, congratulations on your winner chicken dinner in match 5 today. How do you feel about your team performance today?
Chúc mừng em đã đạt được winner chicken tối nay. Em cảm thấy như thế nào về thành tích của đội mình hôm nay?
Mình cảm thấy rất là vui và thoải mái để có thể tiếp tục chiến đấu những cái trận đấu tiếp theo.
I'm very happy and feel very comfortable to go to the next rounds.
All right, that's good. That's good. Good to hear from you. So the discussion about Malaysian teams, Thailand teams, Indonesian teams seems to be loud, and we all know that you guys are the champion for the 2022 PMSL SEA Spring Champions. Anything you would like to say to the other teams?
Cái cuộc thảo luận của các nhóm như Malaysia, Indonesia, Thái Lan rất là rôm rả. Tuy nhiên chúng ta đều biết rằng các bạn sẽ là người đoạt giải vô địch trong mùa game này của PMSL. Em có muốn nói gì với đội bạn không?
Mình chỉ muốn nói là bọn mình sẽ tinh thần sẽ thoải mái hết sức và bình tĩnh hết sức có thể để có thể đạt được cái top cao nhất.
We just want to say that we are feel comfortable, so we will be very stable and we will have more energy to go to the next round to get the best results.
All right, that's a very safe answer from Rabies. So, which team do you think possess the biggest threat to you, and have you guys thought about how to deal with it next?
Em có cảm thấy là đội nào là nguy hiểm nhất trong những đợt sau này và mình đã có cái chiến thuật gì để đối phó chưa?
Mình nghĩ là trong giải đấu này tất cả các đội đều mạnh, nhưng mà mình nghĩ là chắc chắn là hiện tại đang có Vampire là nhỉnh hơn, và về cái chiến thuật khi đối đầu với họ thì bọn mình chắc đụng là chiến thôi.
On the team will be very challenging for us. However, we are more caring about the vampire, but we will have our secret skill to deal with it.
Oh, I feel like all teams are right now want to fight VPE so bad, but like it's okay. Last but not least, final question for you, Rabies. Do you have anything to say to your fans out there?
Cuối cùng xin hỏi em một câu là em có muốn chia sẻ những gì cho những người hâm mộ của đội mình?
Mình cảm ơn tất cả mọi người đã quan tâm và theo dõi đội tuyển đi Xavier của bọn mình, và mọi người nhớ là ủng hộ cho bọn mình tiếp tục ở những cái ngày thi đấu tiếp theo nhé.
I want to say thanks to all my supporters, all my fan team, please accompany us and support us for the next rounds. Thanks so much.
All right. Thank you so much for joining this interview. Good luck for tomorrow. That's all for week 2, day 1. And we're back to the casters. See you again. Bye-bye.
You know what? It's very different if we compare the ties. Like, nobody is challenging us. But Vietnam is like, everybody's challenging for us. It's so different.
Yeah, and I like the part where he says that, secret skills. Ooh, I mean, I hope it's that there's really something that they're keeping and not the team secret skills. Sorry for being savage there.
Maybe that is the secret. Is getting the team secret.
Ooh.
Savage but true. Right now, Team Secret have to work things out. I mean, like, they are way behind when it comes to week 1, week 2. I mean, like, I've never seen. I mean, like, it's gonna be really awkward not having Team Secret in the finals, right?
Yes, because if they continue on like this, they are at risk because they are at number 16 last week. And with GE already starting to step up, the bonus points could push them down. It's scary for Team Secret.
Scary or not, we're going to end our nightmare for the other teams that didn't make it out today, but it's going to be having a lot of pleasant dreams later on for the teams up there. So you guys stay tuned for us tomorrow, because we're going to be with you for the entirety of the tournament. Don't fret, we're going to be with you, okay? You're not alone. Thank you so much for today, Cloud, and that's it for PMSL Super League Southeast Asia Week 2, Day 1. See you guys tomorrow.
Watch out!